Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, my name is Ward. I appear as counsel assisting Your Honour with Mr Castleton and Ms Stevens at the hearing this week of a series of coronial inquiries and related inquests. These are the inquiry into the Coronial bushfire, the inquiry into the Charlies Forest bushfire, the inquiry into the Clyde Mountain bushfire, the inquiry into the Moreton bushfire, the inquiry into the Tianjara bushfire, and then the inquest into the death of Lawrence Andrew, the death of John Butler, and the death of Michael Campbell. I understand there's an appearance this week, Your Honour, on behalf of the Rural Fire Service.
Yes, Your Honour, Newton appearing for the Rural Fire Service.
Yes, thank you, Mr Newton.
Your Honour, these opening submissions for the coronial inquiries into the cause and origin and manner and death of the fires and individuals that I have just read out all relate to a fire known as the Coronial State Forest Fire, and to which the other fires and the deaths are believed to be linked. The Coronial fire, known to some as the Clyde Ridge Road fire, commenced within the Shoalhaven local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Yuin people. It burned for approximately 11 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 315,000 hectares. The Coronial fire killed 3 people, and Your Honour will also conduct inquests to determine the manner and cause of these fire-related deaths. The 3 men who died are Lawrence Andrew, resident of Yatta Yatta, who died after the fire reached his property on 31 December 2019. John Butler Sr., also resident of Yatta Yatta, who died after the fire reached his property on 31 December 2019. And Michael Campbell, resident of Sussex Inlet, who died after the fire reached his property on 31 December 2019. I will return to the circumstances of their deaths later in opening submissions. In her book, The Arsonist, about the Black Saturday fires in Victoria, Chloe Hooper observed the way in which people sometimes describe fire as if it were a living, breathing being. Having regard to the eyewitness accounts included within the brief shortly to be tendered, Your Honour might understand that tendency to anthropomorphise this fire. In simple terms, the Coronial fire was a beast. At its most dangerous, it would roar and belch and consume everything in its path. But at other times, it would doze. Depending upon terrain, temperature, and prevailing winds, there were periods when the fire behaved predictably, and locals with long experience in fighting other fires sized up this fire and believed that with good preparation, they would have its measure. But at times this fire behaved in ways unlike other fires. The evidence, the evidence suggests preparation that might have held people in good stead to fight other fires was insufficient in the face of the Coronial fire in some locations and at some points in time, regardless of preparation. As the Coronial fire spread across local government boundaries, it was renamed so as to distinguish between different sectors of the fire. Thus, this hearing incorporates inquiries into the following fires, all related to the original Coronial fire. The Charlies Forest fire, also known as the Monga National Park fire, in the Queanbeyan-Pallarang local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Ngambri and Ngunnawal people. This fire burned for approximately 7 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 64,000 hectares. At least 246 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire, including many homes in Nerriga and Wog Wog. Next, the Clyde Mountain Fire in the Eurobodalla local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Yuin people, burned for approximately 7 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 100,000 hectares. Approximately 1,500 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire. This fire likely originated from the Currawong Fire as it crossed the Clyde River in the vicinity of East Lynn, possibly as a result of multiple spot fires emanating from ember attack. Next, the Moreton Fire in the Wingecarribee and Goulburn Mulwaree local government areas, encompassed within the lands of the Ngambri, Ngunnawal and Gundungurra people, burned for approximately 6 weeks and damaged an area of approximately 23,000 hectares. At least 123 structures were destroyed or damaged in connection with this fire, including many homes in Bundanoon, in Maralai. I'm sure I've mispronounced that, Your Honour, but the good people of Maralai will have to forgive me. And Wingello. The Moreton Fire was likely a continuation of the Currawong Fire, as it burnt far to the north of the likely original area of origin. The geographical reach of the Currawong Fire didn't end there, because on 22 December 2019, the Currawong Fire merged with another pre-existing fire named the Tianjara Fire. The Tianjara Fire, or the Braidwood Road Fire, commenced in the Shoalhaven local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Yuin people. It burned for about 4 days before merging with the Currawong Fire. Property loss arising from the Tianjara Fire has been included within the losses counted within the Currawong Fire. Your Honour, some people listening to these proceedings and personally affected by the fires might not recognise the names of the fires. Some communities have understandably used their own names for the fire that affected their part of the world. But Your Honour is concerned with 91 major fires across the state of New South Wales in the 2019 to 2020 bushfire season. And it is not possible to address each fire by way of the multitude of names given to the fires and to individual sectors of what was in fact a much larger fire. So names have been standardised for the purpose of the coronial proceedings. The geographical reach of the Currawong and related fires is best illustrated by the map that will now come up on the screen. This map shows that a large part of the southeast of the state burnt or was otherwise affected by these fires. The map shows the reach of the fire across country that is home to many, many local communities, to people who permanently live in these communities in all sorts of setups, across towns and suburbs and hamlets, people living in bush blocks and on farms and in beach shacks. But the map can't tell their stories, nor does the map tell the story of the thousands of holidaymakers who were affected by the fires as they took their Christmas holidays in this beautiful part of the state, only to be caught up in a natural disaster. So Your Honour will see right at the top of that map the reach, Eden, of the Moreton Fire, and then it extends right down to the boundary of the Clyde Mountain and Clyde Mountain and out to the Charlie's Forest Fire. The court, though, has the benefit of witness statements from some people directly involved in the fires. These statements tell small but important stories on an individual scale, which will serve to represent a much bigger human drama. These statements provide some insight into how events unfolded and what questions remain as to why the fires were so devastating, even when measured against the background of human experience of fire in this country. I raise this now, Your Honour, because this first stage of hearings is confined to evidence as to the cause and origin of each fire and the manner and cause of each death. The court will not this week traverse evidence about the adequacy of the response to the fires by individuals or by firefighting agencies. This is not to ignore those issues. Indeed, the evidence within the brief records concerns around many matters, such as backburns and the adequacy of warnings to the community. These are matters raised by the community and also investigated by the Rural Fire Service. Once the court has completed cause and origin and manner and cause hearings across the state of New South Wales, because Your Honour's inquiry will extend far beyond the southern region, which has been the focus of hearings this month, the court will review the evidence and the issues raised in individual matters and determine which issues will proceed to further and more detailed consideration via a representative case study. The hearing into representative case studies will occur at the Coroners Court here at Lidcombe, commencing the 5th of September 2022. Anyone who seeks more details can access the opening submissions made by counsel assisting Your Honour on 25 August 2021 via the links available on the Coroners Court of New South Wales website. Turning then to the Currowan fire. The Currowan fire is believed to have commenced on 25 November 2019 as a result of lightning strike in the Currowan State Forest. A range of investigatory techniques, including but not limited to analysis of lightning strike data, eyewitness reports of a dry thunderstorm in the area on the evening of 25 November, and later site inspections conducted by both the Rural Fire Service and the Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command of the New South Wales Police Force point to the fire commencing in a gully between Mines Road, compartment 487-1 road, and compartment 487-2 road. This is within the Currowan State Forest. This is a hardwood forest managed by the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. The specific compartment where the fire is believed to have started was dominated by stringy bark with a site height of 20 to 25 metres. The remoteness of the likely area of origin is best illustrated by reference to two charts contained within the brief. Firstly, at page 505 of the brief is chart 1. To orientate the court to the chart, Your Honour can see that Bateman's Bay sits at the centre base. The Princess Highway heading north is marked to the right-hand side, and the King's Highway heading northwest and eventually reaching Queanbeyan is also marked. The Clyde River is important in understanding the fire and the course that the fire took, and it is marked in the middle of the map. The likely area of origin for the Currowan fire is ultimately to be determined by Your Honour once Your Honour has received and considered the evidence to be led this week. But the expert evidence that the court will shortly receive points to it being at the GPS reading as marked towards the top of the map. Next, at page 508 of the brief, the court will see a satellite image of the suspected area of origin with Mines Road and the two compartment roads marked. The satellite image, of course, doesn't show the terrain at the scene. The court will receive evidence explaining that the area of origin as marked on this image is in a gully with Mines Road and the surrounding compartment roads looking down into the gully. In addition to these images, prior to the current lockdown, Your Honour and the council assisting team were able to travel to the Currawong State Forest with Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston. She is the officer in charge of the investigation into the Currawong fire, and she will give evidence later this morning. This site visit gave Your Honour the opportunity to visit and drive along Mines Road and to look down into the gully where the fire is believed to have commenced. The Currawong fire did not become visible until about 2 p.m. on 26 November 2019, when residents began to report seeing large plumes of smoke from the northern side of the Kings Highway. By way of example, Lynette Smith, who was also one of the first people to call 000 to report the fire, took this photograph at 15:03. This is within the brief at page 44. Ms. Smith then took a later shot some 25 minutes later, which is now displayed on the screen and contained within the brief at page 45. Similarly, Jessica Drain Shepherd took a shot of this shot at 15:32. This is located at page 48 of the brief of evidence that Your Honour will shortly receive. Your Honour, we have received very many photos from residents recording their first images and their first view of the Currawong fire. It's not possible to include them all in the brief or to display them all in court, but they have all been reviewed and we have made some selections just as to some of the most evocative images. The Forestry Corporation had fire patrol crews on the lookout for fires at this time, particularly as they were aware of lightning strikes on the 25th of November and because there were already fires in the area, for example, near the Nelligan Caravan Park and the Nelligan Bridge. As reports of smoke to the north of Nelligan, near Currawong, came in, Forestry Corporation crews responded and located the fire. A helicopter was called in to assist at this early stage, but after one water drop, it was determined it was too unsafe for the helicopter to continue because of high winds and turbulence. This also meant it was unsafe to send ground crews into the area. The Currawong fire was already well established by this time. Your Honour will receive evidence about the way in which a range of factors over the following weeks influenced fire progression, including terrain, prevailing weather conditions, and also the passage of time. Likewise, human intervention in the form of backburns and other containment strategies to try and control the fire at times might have influenced its course, although not always as hoped or intended. The fire, of course, didn't care whether backburns or containment strategies were authorised or not. But this is something that local communities, the Rural Fire Service, the National Parks and Wildlife Service and the Forestry Corporation were and are interested in and will be considered in the lead up to determining those matters to go through to stage 2 hearings. The brief contains fire progression maps charted by the Rural Fire Service. If the court now has regard to chart 6 from page 510 of the brief, the court can see a map from 27 November 2019. The red dots show the fire edge as at that date, and the yellow star highlights the suspected area of origin. Your Honour can see that initially fire spread was relatively even to the east and west, with some spread also to the north. But across the ensuing weeks, the Coronial fire would take off in different directions under different conditions at different times. For weeks, local communities had to live with the presence of the fire and monitor its progression. Some mornings, residents would wake up and smell and taste fire, smell and taste smoke in the air, but not know which of the fires that were around them was actually producing that smell and taste. The Coronial fire generated at least 4 separate thunderstorms, that is, storms that would not have occurred but for the fire. One such storm occurred on the 21st of December 2019, another on 29 December, a third on the 31st of December, and yet another on the 4th of January 2020. Your Honour will now see various photos taken by a Fire and Rescue New South Wales officer as he worked in the Conjola area on 31 December 2019, including travelling to the home of Lawrence Andrew to administer CPR in an ultimately unsuccessful attempt to save Lawrence's life. We're going to scroll through the photos now, but I can't tell Your Honour where individual photos are taken, and I can't give specific warning to any people from Coronial or Conjola who are watching to let them know what is coming up. What these photos do is reveal something of the devastation wrought by the fire. Your Honour can see in this fire the seemingly random reach of the fire. Some witness statements talk about the sheer luck involved in some houses being saved whilst nearby houses and structures burnt to the ground. Your Honour, properties were lost to the Coronial fire from 26 November 2019 through until early in the new year. Whilst these submissions will focus upon the events of 31 December 2019, this does not diminish the suffering of other people who lost so much on other days across the period. The court will hear evidence in particular this week about the events of 31 December 2019 because this is the day on which Lawrence Andrew, John Butler and Michael Campbell died. So it will assist to look at the fire progression map for the Coronial fire on that day. Turning to chart 16 from page 520 of the brief, this map or this chart represents the southern section of the Coronial fire. The court will see that the fire actually continued to the west and off the map and to the south and off the map. The court can also see the township of Ulladulla marked in the middle and the area of origin to the bottom left-hand corner of the map. The northern reach of the fire by this date extended onto a second map, which is now being displayed. This is located at page 519 of the brief. and it shows the fire ultimately reaching right up to the Wingecarribee local government area. Indeed, the fire would eventually cross into the Wingecarribee local government area early in the new year. It's important to remember that whilst this fire was roaring through the mid-southern region on 31 December 2019, other fires were also tearing through the far southern region of the state. This fire was not burning in isolation. For instance, during the hearing into the Badger Forest fire earlier this month, the court received evidence of fierce fire progression throughout 30 December and into the early hours of 31 December, with a spread of 35 kilometres downslope in a 24-hour period. Your Honour received evidence from experts in the field that this represented extreme and unprecedented fire behaviour. Because the focus of this fire inquiry is initially limited to cause and origin of the Currowan fire, witnesses at this stage are limited to the police and rural fire service personnel involved in the investigations following the fire. The court will hear from Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston, New South Wales Police Force Arson Unit, from Senior Constable Rani Hume, New South Wales Police Force Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command, and RFS Authorised Wildfire Investigator Steve May. In addition to their oral evidence, the brief contains individual accounts from many others who were personally affected by the fire and who defended their own properties and their own lives from the fire. The fact their accounts are not individually read onto the record here does not mean that they are overlooked. Your Honour, we also know that many stories have not been shared with the investigators preparing the brief on behalf of the court. For good reason and for personal reasons, some people have said that they do not wish to participate in these inquiries. Moving then to the Clyde Mountain fire. On or about the 1st of December 2019, the Currowan fire crossed from the western side of the Clyde River to the eastern side of the river in the vicinity of East Lynn. 2 spot-overs were witnessed in the area of Portagon Road and Garden Seat Road and confirmed through later fire scene investigation as illustrated in this photo. So what Your Honour sees in this photo with the yellow arrow, spot-over 1 is located. The pink arrow points to the proximate location of spot-over 2, and the red arrow points to the property at Garden Seat Road, East Lynn, where residents observed spot-overs. Once the fire crossed the Clyde River, it headed in an east-southeasterly direction with significant impact on the Eurobodalla local government area, despite some hopes to stop the progress of the fire at the Currowan Creek and the Kings Highway. The fire crossed Currowan Creek around 15 or 16 December 2019. Once the fire crossed the Kings Highway, it burnt in a generally easterly direction towards Bateman's Bay. On 29 December 2019, this fire, originating from the Currowan fire, but having spread into the Eurobodalla local government area, was named the Clyde Mountain Fire. As with so many other parts of the southern region of the state, the fire took off on 31 December 2019 with a rapid downslope run to the southeast, merging with the Arulan Road, Dewar River Valley fire the same day. Properties were ultimately lost in Bateman's Bay, Browlee, Dewar River Valley, Malua Bay, Mogo, Runniford, Surf Beach, Benandara, Bimbimbi, Buckambara, Catalina, Jeramadra, Merricambine, Moganjura, Maruya, Nelligan, Neringla, Rosedale, Woodlands and Lillipilly. And again, I've no doubt mispronounced some of those place names, and I'll just ask the locals to forgive me for that. The court will see here a photo taken by New South Wales Police of an affected property. This is in Rosedale. I've selected this photo to play in the opening because Your Honour will see through the trees the coast in the distance. The Pacific Ocean was the ultimate containment line for this fire in some places. Witnesses called to give evidence about the cause and origin of the Clyde Mountain Fire are Detective Senior Constable Jeff Horn, Detective Sergeant Matt Gibb, and Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Darren Howell. Next, the Charlie's Forest Fire. The Currowan Fire eventually spread into the Queanbeyan-Pallarang local government area, west of the Kings Highway and Nerriga Road. There were likely multiple spotovers from ember attack at multiple locations and on different dates, including 6, 14, 20 and 21 December 2019. On 23 December 2019, this fire, originating from the Currowan Fire but having spread into a new local government area, was named the Charlie's Forest Fire. Initial spread was relatively slow, but the evidence suggests that on the 30th of December, the fire commenced a significant downslope run. Rural Fire Service documents record the southeast corner of the Charlie's Forest Fire spreading clear of the existing burnt area of the Clyde Mountain Fire and continuing to spread rapidly downhill to the southeast in a direction approximately parallel to the location of the Clyde Mountain Fire at the time. Charlie's Forest incident mapping at 1408 and a line scan from 2017 indicate that this area of fire had spread approximately 16 kilometres downslope in very extreme and anomalous fire behaviour. Line scans late on 30 December and early on 31 December indicated the fire had spread late into the evening and recommenced a significant downslope run abnormally early the next morning. According to the Rural Fire Service, nocturnal spread such as this is very extreme and very anomalous, abnormal fire behaviour. Many homes were lost or damaged in the fire. Livestock, fencing and pasture land was lost. Businesses were damaged. It's important to also reflect upon the damage to the natural environment. For example, many beehives were destroyed or damaged by fire, both in the Charlie's Forest Fire and in the Clyde Mountain Fire, presumably with a flow-on effect to the environment because those bees were pollinators. How do we quantify the loss of bees and other flora and fauna in these fires? As with the Clyde Mountain Fire, the witnesses called to give evidence about the cause and origin of the Charlie's Forest Fire are Detective Senior Constable Jeff Horn, Detective Sergeant Matt Gibb, and Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Darren Howell. Moving to the Tianjara Fire. The Tianjara Fire started separately from the Currowan Fire, and so in this respect it's different to Clyde Mountain and Charlie's Forest. On the morning of 19 December 2019, motorists travelling along Braidwood Road in the vicinity of the intersection with 12 Mile Road reported seeing fire along the road. This location is in between the Moreton National Park and the Wangalla National Park. Braidwood Road is also known as Main Road 92. It's the primary thoroughfare between the Shoalhaven coast and Braidwood and the Australian Capital Territory. There are a number of small towns along Braidwood Road, the closest to the fire location being Sassafras, which is approximately 7 kilometres to the west. The Google Earth images included at page 974 illustrate the area where a series of small fires were first reported to OOO and the Rural Fire Service by a series of passing motorists starting from around 5 a.m. on the morning of the 19th. So in both the Google Map version and the satellite image there, Your Honour can see Braidwood Road starting on the left-hand side and extending across to the right top of the screen. About 4:30 a.m. on the 19th of December 2019, John Croker left Milton to drive to Braidwood. He travelled north on the Princess Highway, he turned left onto Turpentine Road and then left onto Braidwood Road. At this time, he noted it was approximately 97 kilometres to Braidwood. Mr. Croker travelled a further 13 or 14 kilometres along Braidwood Road when, as he drove around a left-turned bend, he saw 2 small spot fires on the side of the road. He pulled over. The fires were on the edge of the grass line, just a short distance from the bitumen. The fires were each the size of a dinner plate. They were about 3 feet apart and in tufts of grass. Mr. Croker got out of his car and was able to stamp the fires out with his feet. They were only small. He then continued travelling, got back into the car, and as he came around a left bend, he saw an orange glow at the end of a straight. As he approached, he realised it was another fire on the side of the road. He slowed down, but stayed on the road. By this time, it was about 5 a.m. According to Mr. Croker, at the base, this fire was about 20 feet wide, but he could not judge how far back it went into the scrub off the road. It was about 10 feet high, and it was burning in roadside shrubbery on the edge of the bitumen. The fire did not appear to Mr. Croker to be moving in any direction, as there was then presently no wind. Mr. Croker was concerned because everything was so dry. There were no cars or people in sight. Mr. Croker didn't have phone service at this location, so he needed to keep driving. Once he reached the top of a ridge, he pulled over and called OOO and reported the fire. Other early morning motorists did the same. Katja Ireton rang OOO at 5:14 to report the fire. Michael Barrow and then separately Julie and Karen Ballico separately called OOO at about 5:21. 5 later calls from other passers-by were made across the course of the next hour. Mobile reception is patchy along Braidwood Road, so callers had to keep driving after they saw the fire until they could get reception and call it in once they were in mobile phone range. A number of the witnesses to the early stages of the fire were suspicious that the fire had been deliberately lit. There was no nearby fire which might have spotted over, and the location of the fire on the side of the road triggered concern. One early caller to OOO was suspicious about another vehicle that overtook them at speed and then pulled over on the side of the road. The investigation by the New South Wales Police Force Arson Unit revealed that this allegedly suspicious behaviour was in fact another person who had seen the fire and pulled over once he got mobile phone reception and also called OOO at about the same time to report the fire. Detective Senior Constable Burston, the officer in charge of the investigation into the Tianjara fire, is from the arson unit. Detective Senior Constable Burston and her colleagues have conducted a detailed investigation into the Tianjara fire and the possibility the fire was deliberately lit. Whilst this possibility has not been excluded, other possibilities also remain. This will be the subject of further evidence from Senior Constable Burston today, but the following points from the brief are important. Firstly, the suspected area of origin had been heavily contaminated during the fire suppression efforts. Damage caused by high pressure hoses was still visible on the ground when investigators attended the scene after the fire to try and determine the cause and origin of it. Obviously, this affected the ability to later piece together what might have actually happened at the scene. Lightning strike has been excluded as the cause of the fire. Neither lightning strike data nor witness statements reveal recent lightning in the area in the lead up to the fire. Although deliberate ignition has not been excluded, there was no evidence at the scene to suggest arson. Accidental, or in other words, unintentional ignition has not been excluded. Investigators located and ultimately seized some metal fragments in the vicinity of the suspected area of origin. These fragments were photographed in situ and later seized and examined. The evidence is not conclusive. Senior Constable Geoffrey Head of the Engineering Investigation Section of the New South Wales Police Force examined 2 of the fragments. He tells Your Honour that one piece had similarities to a piece of alloy wheel primarily fitted to passenger vehicles. However, due to the size of the exhibit, Senior Constable Head was unable to conclusively state that it was a piece of alloy wheel. Detective Senior Constable Burston tells the court it remains possible that mechanical failure of a vehicle may have caused a heated component to detach and come into contact with the dry grass at the edge of the road. Your Honour will receive a statement from Richard James, the Deputy Captain of the Basin View Rural Fire Service, who was on the scene early and who noticed on the bitumen roadway where the fire started tyre burnout marks which appeared to be recent to him. He didn't notice any vehicle parts or any debris on the roadway or the edge. Detective Senior Constable Burston will tell the court that it remains possible that as a vehicle has pulled over to the side of the road, a heated component of the vehicle may have come into contact with dry grass at the road's edge. Your Honour, whilst various possibilities have not been excluded, nor have these possibilities reached a level that might permit Your Honour to make a determination or a definitive finding about the cause of the Tianjara fire. Ultimately, it is likely that Your Honour will be invited to record the cause of the fire as undetermined because of insufficient evidence. Early efforts of suppression at the scene of the Tianjara fire were made, but Deputy Captain James tells the court that even upon their arrival, the fire extended further back into the bushland, greater than the 60-metre length of their fire hose. The fire had taken hold and a southwesterly wind had started to pick up. About 7 a.m, a group officer advised via radio to get out of the area as the fire had taken hold and was undefendable. Your Honour, it's also important to note that there are areas of the Moreton National Park contaminated with unexploded ordnances due to the area being a former military training area. The area of origin for the Tianjara fire was contained within an area deemed to be only slightly contaminated, but nonetheless, this slight contamination placed some constraints on fire operations, including nil earthworks permitted in the Tianjara military training area south of Braidwood Road to Wandian Road. The photograph now displayed was taken at 2011 on 19 December 2019, and it shows the terrain that the Tianjara fire was burning in at that time. The next day, 22 December, the Tianjara fire merged with the Currowan fire, following a significant spread in each fire the previous day. That is, incident mapping indicated that the Tianjara fire had spread between 5 and 20 kilometres in different points of the fire front to the northwest overnight on 21 December. A fire spreading this distance in a single run is considered extreme and anomalous. The Currowan fire also had an extreme and anomalous spread to the northwest at the same time, and on 22 December 2019, incident mapping confirmed that the Currowan fire and the Tianjara fire had coalesced or merged. So Your Honour will see that this is represented on the map taken from page 1045 of the brief. Bateman's Bay is located towards the mid-bottom of the map. Braidwood is out to the west on the left-hand side of the map. The Currowan fire is marked in red, and you can see the Tianjara fire with a likely area of origin marked to the top right. Then just to orientate the court to the population sectors on the coast, Your Honour can also see Ulladulla, Milton, the Conjola area, and then moving right up to St George's Basin and heading through to Nowra. The witnesses called to give evidence in relation to the Tianjara fire are Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston, Rani Hume from the FETS Command, New South Wales Police, and again the Rural Fire Service fire investigator, Steve May. Moving then to the Moreton fire. On 1 January 2020, the Currowan fire spotted over the Shoalhaven River in locations around the Tallowa Dam. First reports of this fire came from witnesses on Karura Road, Tallong. Now, although the photo that's presently on screen was taken by the RFS later in the month of January, it illustrates the terrain the Moreton fire moved through as it spotted over the Shoalhaven River. And Your Honour can see the Shoalhaven River cutting through the middle of the photograph. The Rural Fire Service responded to initial reports of the Moreton fire and initially managed it as part of the larger Currowan fire. At this point, it was a slow, low-burning fire. It was managed well enough for the first few days. On the 4th of January, the weather deteriorated significantly, and as a result, the active edges of the Currowan fire made several additional runs into new local government areas, being the Goulburn-Mulweri local government area and the Wingecarribee local government area. The fire on Karura Road that had first started or had first been observed on the 1st of January 2020 also progressed under this new weather. Parts of these fires burning in the Goulburn-Mulweri and the Wingecarribee local government areas were named the Moreton fire from this date onwards. The Moreton fire hit communities in and around Exeter, Bundanoon and Wingello. Numerous homes were lost or damaged, livelihoods were affected and communities were devastated. Tom Bagnall, Area Supervisor with the Forestry Corporation, describes trying to lead one of his firefighting crews out of the path of oncoming flames in the Moreton fire on the evening of 4 January. This is what he describes. A short distance up the road, there was fire everywhere. It was spreading unbelievable quick, crowning, so I immediately requested my crew to pack up and evacuate the area. So I travelled back. They had not seen what was coming or how quickly and furiously it was coming. I got out of the car and told them to hurry up, and I gave them a hand to pack the gear away, as I was concerned they would not get it packed and get out in time. This was about 9:30 p.m. I was heading in the right direction towards the camp, but the truck was heading in the other direction. The truck commenced to reverse, but the fire caught up to them. They deployed the cab safety shields and continued to reverse out of the fire. They reversed as the fire was going across the road in front of them. They got engulfed in fire, but were able to turn around at an intersection and drive out. While this was happening, I had made my way back to the camp, and by this stage my other crews and the Rural Fire Service had arrived. I was concerned and updating them both on the radios about what was happening. I was concerned that we may not have got out in time, and I was worried about everyone's safety. Eventually I got a call back they were safe and heading to my location. I was worried about the guys in the tanker and their condition. I directed them to proceed to the Wingello Rural Fire Service shed and regroup, have a rest and check the tanker over for any damage and to make sure they were okay. They attended the RFS shed in Wingello and they checked the tanker. Paul Sedgeby called me and he said the crew was okay. There was visible fire damage to the truck, but it was drivable. Most of the plastics were melted off or warped. All the air intakes were melted off. There was damage to the paintwork. Hoses were melted and the truck was badly damaged but drivable. Your Honour, the Moreton fire continued some weeks after this near miss on the night of 4 January, and other properties were impacted later in the month. The witnesses called to give evidence about the cause and origin of the Moreton fire are Detective Senior Constable Burston and Rural Fire Service Investigator Mark Fulliger. I'll now turn to the inquests into the fire-related deaths. Firstly, the inquest into the death of Lawrence Andrew. Lawrence Andrew, known to some as Laurie, was 70 years old when he died at home on 31 December 2019. He left behind his son David and daughter Lindsay, their partners and his much-loved grandchildren. He left behind his partner Michelle and his brother Brian. He left behind his former wife Leslie, who remained a friend. He left behind good friends, including those who, when Your Honour visited the region earlier this year, were able to show Your Honour some photos of Laurie taken at a barbecue with friends. Laurie lived at 16 Myrtle Gully Road in Yatta Yatta. Anthony, known as Tony Riemann, lived on the Myrtle Gully Road property, sleeping in his car or in a caravan on the property. Laurie was kind to Tony in letting him stay on the property, and in Laurie's final moments, Tony did his best to return that kindness. According to Laurie's brother Brian, Laurie built the house and sheds, this is at 16 Myrtle Gully Road, and Laurie loved the property. It was a known fact Laurie would do anything to report his property. Laurie was a competent can-do type of a person. He'd long been employed with Shoalhaven Water, and he had a plan to stay and fight if fire ever reached his place. When his former wife Leslie called by on 29 December 2019 to collect some things that she had been storing at the property, she found Laurie in good spirits, but he looked exhausted. He said he was going to stay and fight the fires. The evidence suggests that Laurie had prepared. He had cleared the ground around the house and his sheds. He had installed many sprinkler systems to protect the buildings on the property, and he had generators and pumps ready, even though he expressed some concern that the drought had depleted the water supply available to him in his dams. Indeed, on the morning that he died, Laurie drove into nearby Milton to collect additional sprinkler fittings. On the day of the fire, Laurie was in contact with family and friends. He spoke to David, his son, at about 10:31, and they discussed the catastrophic conditions and the fire front within about a kilometre of Laurie's place. David wanted his father to leave, but Laurie was adamant he would stay and defend. Shortly afterwards, Laurie spoke to his partner, Michelle. They didn't live together, and Michelle was not at Laurie's place at this time. Laurie told Michelle the fire was coming from Golden Flats, and Michelle asked him not to take unnecessary risks. Laurie said he wouldn't. Now, although not directly related to Laurie's death, I will here display a photo taken at 10:36 on the 31st of December 2019, looking north from Little Forest Road, Milton. This photograph goes some way to explaining the height of the flames and the ferocity of the fire nearby to Laurie. At about 10:50 a.m, Laurie spoke to his brother, Brian. Brian was also a local and had seen smoke near Laurie's place. Laurie confirmed he had the sprinklers running. Brian told Laurie to get out of there if he needed to, but with Laurie being stubborn, Brian knew he wouldn't leave. At about 11 a.m, Laurie spoke to one of his neighbours, to Wallace Burns. Laurie said he was being hit by westerly wind, whereas Wallace, whose property was only about 400 metres away, was experiencing a northerly wind. Wallace assumed the fire was creating its own winds. Wallace said, "This is going to hit us, Laurie." About 25 to 30 minutes later, the fire did hit Wallace's property. He describes fire moving along Myrtle Gully Road, double the height of the trees. Wallace took some photos, one of which Your Honour will now see, which demonstrates the effect of the fire at his property. Laurie, with the assistance of Tony, spent the next few hours moving around the property trying to protect it. The court will receive evidence demonstrating that various of the sheds and vehicles on the property caught alight. David and his sister Lindsay each tried to ring their dad numerous times that day, and David tried to ring him that afternoon but couldn't get through. Sometime that afternoon, Tony went into the house to get water and found Laurie on the floor in the laundry. Tony dragged Laurie into the lounge room and Laurie said he couldn't breathe. A gas bottle outside then fired up and started to release gas, so Tony went out to look for the best way to try and move Laurie outside, but the fire was at the side of the house. Tony was able to put that fire out, but when he went back inside, the house was filled with smoke. Tony went to see if Lexi Losel, who was also living in a van on the property at the time, was around to help him. Tony couldn't find Lexi, and the court knows that she had actually evacuated prior to the fire arriving. When Tony then got back to Laurie, Laurie wasn't breathing. Tony tried CPR. He tried to call 000 but couldn't get through. And he then put Laurie in the recovery position and went out for help. Tony went to the Princess Highway, where he was able to attract the attention of a Fire and Rescue New South Wales Strike Force crew and the RFS Lake Tooboori Brigade. They had to use a chainsaw to get back onto the property because in the meantime trees had fallen, blocking access. Once they reached Laurie, they started CPR. Fire and Rescue New South Wales were able to ask for police and ambulance to attend. By the time police and ambulance arrived, sheds and vehicles on the property had been destroyed by fire. There was no power to the home and it remained full of smoke. This is partly demonstrated in the following photo. While police, ambulance and fire and rescue were there, fire-damaged trees were falling outside, blocking their access and meaning the situation was precarious even for those first responders. When ambulance staff examined Laurie, they found he was already dead. An autopsy followed, which revealed Laurie had chronic, meaning long-standing, coronary artery arteriosclerosis. In lay terms, this meant Laurie had a build-up of plaque inside the artery walls of his heart, which restricted the flow of blood to his heart. Laurie died after some hours of strenuous physical activity and high stress trying to save his home. The autopsy report that will shortly come into evidence says, in the context of the stress of firefighting, the deceased appears to have suffered a fatal cardiac event as a result of underlying chronic coronary artery arteriosclerosis. Cause of death is then listed as chronic coronary artery arteriosclerosis in the context of firefighting. Your Honour, Laurie's family, along with the other family of John Butler and Michael Campbell, have been given an opportunity to provide a brief family statement to Your Honour. And if those families take up that opportunity, they will be provided on Wednesday. Moving then to the inquest into the death of John Butler. John Butler, known as Butt to many of his friends, was 75 years old when he died in the fire on 31 December 2019, once it reached his home at 8A Tierney Road, Yatta Yatta. This property was owned by the Wheatley family, and Your Honour will recall Andrew Wheatley meeting Your Honour and Detective Senior Constable Burston and the council assisting team at the property earlier this year. According to Andrew, the property is of local significance because it housed an old schoolhouse that had been built in 1883, and Your Honour was able to view the remnants of the schoolhouse, albeit from a distance. The property was otherwise used by the Wheatley family to store machinery and earth products such as gravel. John lived in a cottage on the property and acted as a kind of caretaker, but he was also a friend. He had lived in the cottage for about the last 6 years. The property had a landline phone, but John didn't have a mobile. The day before the fire reached Yatta Yatta, John spoke to his former partner, Marilyn, on the phone. She told him to get out of the area if the fire was getting close and offered to have him come and stay with her in Braidwood. However, the roads to Braidwood were already closed, and in any event, it's far from clear that John would have left his home even if the road had been opened. At about 8:30 on the morning of 31 December 2019, Andrew Wheatley, who lived nearby, went up to the property where John lived to prepare for the severe weather and possible fire impact that day. He asked John to consider leaving the property, but John refused. Later that morning, conditions deteriorated. Temperatures increased from 24 to 38 degrees in the space of an hour, and the relative humidity dropped to 9%. The fire front and/or backburns breached containment lines, and by 9:45 the Currowan fire was classified as being out of control. At about 10:28, Margaret Bellamy was on her way to her father's nearby property when she saw John sitting on a tractor parked on Tierney Road. Margaret wonders if John was sitting there because it gave him a vantage point to the fires to the north and to the southwest. Initial reports of the fire impacting residents of Yada Yata were received from about 10:36. John's nephew, Kenneth Ingold, spoke to John on the phone at 11:19 to check on him. And then at about 12:34, John himself rang Andrew Wheatley. Andrew told John that the fire had already spotted onto Andrew's property at Conjola and that John should turn the water on, open the ball valves of the tanks and then get out. But John said, "There's no fire at the house, I'm right." We don't know what became of John after this, although the fire impacted the property at 14A Tierney Road at about 13:55, coming from the southwest. It presumably impacted upon John at 8A Tierney Road round the same time. Sometime between 2100 and 2200 that evening, Andrew Wheatley and his wife, having battled the fire all day at their place, went up to Tierney Road to check on John. The two buildings on the property and all the machinery were badly burnt, but they couldn't find John or his car. They assumed he had left before the fire. Your Honour will, in this photo, see here the devastation wreaked by the fire at the Tierney Road address. John's nephew Ken also went to the property that night to look for his uncle, but couldn't find John. Early the next morning, Andrew Wheatley went back to the property, this time with Richard Walker. They found John's vehicle next to a soil stockpile on the highway side of the property. The vehicle was completely burnt out and had collided with a tree. The bonnet had crumpled, with the bull bar pushed up against the bonnet. Human remains were found inside the vehicle. It then, Your Honour, took some time to confirm that this was John. Eventually, this was confirmed via DNA testing. The autopsy report records the cause of John's death as thermal injury, incineration. It is possible that John belatedly decided to leave the property, but in the smoke and confusion, ran into a tree and was overtaken by fire. John's family, Your Honour, have also provided a statement which will be read on Wednesday. Moving then to the inquest into the death of Michael Campbell. Michael Campbell was 62 years old when he died at his property at 26 Wanderer Road in Sussex Inlet. This is a bush block where Michael lived a largely reclusive life, dependent upon a generator for electricity and tanks for rainwater. Michael lived in a small caravan on the property. With the permission of Michael's family and the assistance of Deputy State Coroner Burston, Your Honour and the Council Assisting Team attended Michael's property in June of this year before the current lockdown. So Your Honour well understands the location of the property and the devastating effect of this fire, still evident 18 months later. Although Michael had an old car which he kept on the property, most days he would walk into town to go for a swim. His eyesight was poor and deteriorating. Sadly, little is known about Michael's last movements on 31 December. He lived alone, and although he had spoken to one of his adult children around Christmas time, he didn't make or apparently receive any phone calls on the 31st of December. Whilst Michael had a mobile phone, and it seems he did receive SMS emergency alerts during the day, the absence of any phone calls that he made means that New South Wales Police have not been able to establish a timeline for his movements across the day before the Coronial fire reached his home. The court does have evidence that early the following day, a friend of Michael's by the name of Stephen Daly went out checking on his friends. He spoke to Robert Kemp, who lived directly opposite Michael, because there was some suggestion Michael had gone to the evacuation centre at the Sussex Inlet Bowling Club. Stephen Daly later went into Michael's property and sadly found Michael in his car, slumped over. Michael was already dead. His caravan had been destroyed by the fire and there was fire damage to the front bumper of his vehicle. And Your Honour can here see the scene of Michael's property where the caravan was located. Your Honour, the hypothesis in terms of the manner of Michael's death is that he took shelter from the fire in the car but did not attempt to drive away. No keys were in the ignition and the steering wheel lock was still in place. There was no evidence of direct contact with fire, but Michael had been subjected to the radiant heat of the fire. The pathologist at autopsy recorded the cause of his death as effects of fire. The fires are eventually extinguished. The Coronial fire, which had merged with the Tianjara fire, was declared out on 8 February 2020 and the related fires followed. The Charlie's Forest fire was declared out on 9 February 2020. The Moreton fire was declared out on 10 February 2020 and the Clyde Mountain fire was declared out on 16 February 2020. Your Honour, those are my opening submissions for these 5 fire inquiries and 3 inquests. What I propose to do now, if it's convenient to Your Honour, is to formally tender various exhibits to come into evidence. Firstly, Your Honour, the general brief folder for the southern region, I tender. And I'm told, Your Honour, that it would be marked as Exhibit 18.
Yes, thank you.
I tender the Currowan Fire Cluster Brief of Evidence, which I'm told forms Exhibit 19A.
Thank you.
I tender the Coronial Brief of Evidence into the death of Lawrence Andrew, to be marked Exhibit 20.
Yes, thank you.
I tender the brief of evidence into the death of John Butler to be received as Exhibit 21.
Thank you.
And finally, Your Honour, I tender the coronial brief of evidence into the death of Michael Campbell to be marked as Exhibit 22.
Thank you, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, finally, I'm going to apply for Your Honour to make some interim orders in these proceedings in similar terms to the interim orders made in earlier proceedings. These interim orders provide for the non-publication of certain personal contact and other details, and also an order that the evidence tendered in each of the mid-southern region inquiries and inquests as referred to within a schedule to the order is taken to be evidence in all of the other proceedings in Schedule A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I make those orders now.
Your Honour, the first witness for today is Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston. I'm wondering if it's a convenient time to take an early adjournment so that we can have the technology set up for the Detective Senior Constable.
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment and resume at 10 to 12.
Your Honour, just before you go off the bench, could I clarify something? When I announced my appearance, I only said that I appeared for the Rural Fire Service. Just to make it clear, I also appear for the National Parks and Wildlife Service and the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. And of course, I'm also appearing with Mr. Free, SC, and Ms. Woodland.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Newton. It's noted.
Check them.
We'll adjourn.
Comments, please, all stand. This coroner's court is now temporarily adjourned. Your Honour, I call Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do. Have a seat. Thank you, Detective.
Detective, would you state your full name, your rank, and the unit of New South Wales Police in which you're based?
Yep, Natalie Ann Burston, Detective Senior Constable, attached to the Arson Unit, Financial Crime Squad, State Crime Command.
And in that capacity, are you the officer in charge of the Coronial inquiry into a fire known as the Coronial
Yes,
fire, I should say?
I am.
And you've signed a statement in that brief, signed the 16th of July 2021, is that correct?
Yes,
Are you also the officer in charge of the coronial investigations into the death of Lawrence Andrew, John Butler and Michael Campbell?
I am.
Although you were assisted by Detective Senior Constable Simone Hackett, also in preparing those briefs, is that right?
That's correct.
And are you the officer in charge of the coronial inquiry into a fire known as the Tianjara fire?
Yes,
In that capacity, have you signed a statement dated the 17th of May 21?
yes, that's correct.
Finally, are you the officer in charge of the coronial inquiry into a fire known as the Moreton fire?
Yes,
And have you in that capacity signed a statement dated the 10th of August 2021?
yes, that's right.
I firstly want to ask you some questions about fire investigation and the naming conventions used for these fires. Do you follow?
Yes,
The fire that was believed to have started within the Currowan State Forest took on the name of the Currowan fire, is that correct?
that's correct.
Who assigned that name to the fire?
The RFS.
In your statement, you also refer to a fire called Currowan 2 fire.
Yes.
What fire was that?
So that's actually the same fire, so that it is the fire known as the Coronial fire. My understanding is that there was an administration error within the RFS icon system, which is the system they use to record all the information in relation to a fire. And when they made that admin error, they couldn't actually reopen the incident. So it's an admin name only, and essentially Currowan 2 is Currowan.
So any documents that refer to Currowan 2 fire are actually referring to the one and original Currowan fire.
That's correct.
As the Currowan fire continued to burn in the weeks following ignition and spread from the Shoalhaven local government area into other local government areas, did that affect the name given to the fire?
It did.
In what way?
So the Coronial fire was the fire that was in the Shoalhaven local government area. At various stages as it progressed in the weeks following it starting, it moved into the Queanbeyan Palarang LGA and was renamed at that time. And same situation where it spread into the Eurobadalla, it was renamed at that time as well. The RFS do that because of a emergency management capacity. So they have a section 44, how they manage their fires, and when it splits off into different LGA, the management of the fire could be transferred within fire control areas. So they've done it as an emergency management side. Obviously with the Coronial fire later going into Moreton areas up there, the Goulburn, Mulwari and the Wingecarribee, it was also renamed at that time.
So the fire took on different names as it crossed local government boundaries?
Yeah, that's correct.
But of course, that does not change the fact that we are talking about a fire that originated in a particular point within the Currowan State Forest.
That's correct.
Is the Tianjara fire in a different category?
It is.
In what way?
So it was its own fire, an ignition that wasn't caused by a spot over or a continuation of the Coronial fire into a different area. It was in the Shoalhaven LGA, as was the Coronial fire, but it was a completely different fire, which then went on to merge after its ignition, but it wasn't caused by the Coronial fire.
So was the fact that the Tianjara fire later merged with the Currowan fire the reason why the Tianjara fire becomes one of the fires that you're investigating
Yes,
within this cluster of the Currowan fires?
that's correct.
I want to now just focus on the Currowan fire itself. In the course of your investigation into that fire, did you receive 2 reports from fire investigators into the cause and origin of the fire? Was one of those reports from Stephen May, authorised fire investigator from the Rural Fire Service?
Yes.
And was the other report from Senior Constable Rani Hume from New South Wales Police?
Yes.
Have you read those reports?
I have.
And have you also attended the likely area of origin for the Currowan fire as suggested by each of the investigators?
Yes.
I'm going to ask for a photo to be brought up on the screen. This is page 508 of the brief. And Detective, I'm just going to ask you to orientate us to the terrain that's displayed within that photo.
Okay, so to the top left corner, you can see Mines Road. This is an actual road that you can drive on, albeit you need to sort of have a 4-wheel drive to get to that point because there is a river crossing. You'll see compartment 487/2 and 487/1 road. They're not as cleared and sealed roads. They're sort of overgrown fire trails. And that area that you can see in the middle of that is a gully which sort of runs from Mines Road downwards towards the right of the screen, but also 4871 and 4872 are higher than that gully. So it's sort of a gully within those 3 roads. The coast is to the right, so the ocean's to the right of that picture, and Queanbeyan is to the left.
So although we can't see it clearly in the 2-dimensional photo, is it your evidence that the terrain falls away from Mines Road and each of the compartment roads, forming a gully in which the area of origin is situated?
That's correct.
You've said that the Mines Road is accessible by 4-wheel drive.
Yes.
And clearly many people own 4-wheel drives, but the important point to note from that map or that photo is that this is not an area of the state where you're going to get a lot of drive-by traffic.
Correct.
Were you able to exclude electrical assets as a cause of the Currowan fire?
Yes, so based on the reports that I received from the crime scene officers and the RFS investigator, there's no power lines in that area. There's no infrastructure whatsoever. It's some, 10 to 12 kilometres from the nearest main road. So there's no need for any sort of infrastructure or power lines in those areas.
All right. Are you aware from reading the 2 fire investigation reports that each of those experts conclude the area of origin is within that gully as identified on that photograph?
Yes.
And indeed, the Rural Fire Service investigator goes so far as to identify an area of origin in the vicinity of a large dirt mound within the gully?
Yes.
I'm just going to ask a photo to be brought up on the screen. This is page 612 of the Coronial brief. Now, do you recognise that photograph, Detective?
Yeah, I do.
Is that the mound of displaced soil which Steve May identifies as the point of origin?
Yes.
In part because he's able to observe backing fire in every direction moving away from that mound.
That's correct.
Is it the case, Detective, that each of the investigators involved in the cause and origin analysis hypothesised that the fire was caused by lightning strike?
Yes.
Among other things, do each of the experts rely upon evidence suggesting that the lightning grounded to the area where that mound of displaced soil is located?
Yes.
They also observed evidence of lightning damage to a nearby tree. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm just going to ask for another image to be brought up. This is page 603 of the brief. Have you seen this image before, Detective?
Yes, I have.
And can you explain to the court what's displayed here?
So this tree is located not far from the previously shown displaced earth mound. It does show that a tree has been damaged, possibly by lightning and most likely by lightning, as it's had two of its limbs and quite large limbs removed or have fallen from the main structure of the tree, and they were on the ground with signs of charring on the ends.
We'll come to some more detailed photos in a moment, but that photo shows, doesn't it, the proximity of the fallen limbs to the tree from which one suspects the limbs have fallen.
Yep.
We might then move to the next photograph. This is page 607 of the brief. Have you seen this photograph before, Detective?
Yep.
Now, it's a photograph we know was taken by Detective Senior Constable Rani Hume. Do you know how she was able to take that photograph?
Yep, so it's actually taken by an officer attached to our rescue bomb disposal unit who was working with Rani Hume on the day, and it was taken by way of drone.
And what does it show?
So it shows the same tree that was shown in the previous photograph, but obviously from an aerial perspective, it's showing those two limbs and the damage to the tree, which is still standing. And obviously that's where the limbs that have fallen to the ground were prior to their falling.
What is the court to make of the fact that the actual trunk of the tree is not burnt below those two fractured limbs that are obviously charred right at the end?
My understanding, and it's also contained in the evidence of Rani Hume, is that that shows that the lightning strike hasn't actually progressed down the tree, and also that the fire hasn't burnt up the tree.
So this is a curious feature with two fractured limbs burnt only on the fractured ends of each limb.
Correct.
Going to now move to some other photos. Firstly, page 650. Have you seen this photo before?
Yes.
What does it show?
Shows the limb on the ground and obviously the charred ends.
That limb does not appear to have been burnt all the way along the limb. It's only the charring's limited to the fractured end. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And can the court conclude from that that the limb has probably fallen after the fire has passed through?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because otherwise the rest of the limb would have been consumed. We would have had evidence of fire along the length, or especially that close to the ground. So the unburned sections show that it's not been in contact with fire.
We move to page 651 of the brief. Have you seen that photo before, Detective?
Yep.
And is that similarly another limb that is suspected to have fallen from the index tree with charring just at one end?
Yes, that's right.
And finally, page 652. Have you seen that photo before?
Yes.
And what is it? What's it showing?
It's showing obviously the fractured area, which hasn't been totally burned, but obviously has had some impact. And obviously you can see from the rest of the limb, it's not showing any fire damage.
Is the hypothesis from the fire investigators that a lightning strike has passed through that tree but ultimately grounded nearby in the disturbed mound of dirt?
That's correct.
Did you, with the assistance of the fire investigators, have an opportunity to review some lightning strike data?
Yes.
For the subject area in the evening before the fire was first observed?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to have a look at page 714 of the brief.
I'm sorry, that one's just to the right. Can I grab that?
Sorry, but can you see it on the screen?
Oh, yep.
I think we've got the right page.
Yep.
Do you see there the initials POO?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
Point of origin.
And the point of origin is marked by a cross.
Correct.
To the right-hand side, there's a small lightning insignia.
Yep.
And that seems to be linked to lightning archive events set out on the right-hand side.
Yep. That's
Correct? Right. Now, how is Her Honour to interpret that lightning archive event with the timestamp of 2247?
Okay, so the RFS maintain a lightning archive database, which they obtain information from a GPAT system, which is basically a system that detects lightning. And they have set up sensors around the state that can basically capture information in relation to lightning strikes, in particular their location, the strength, and the time and date. So this particular map shows a few relevant strikes on the 25th of November, and the particular one to the right of the point of origin was one that was captured on the 25th of November at 22:47.
Is there a margin of error in the interpretation of the lightning strike data, or can the court assume that lightning has inevitably hit exactly on the point to the map where the lightning strikes are displayed?
So the company that stores this document purports that it's quite accurate within hundreds of metres. What I've been told and sort of seen throughout the course of my investigations is that it's a great starting point, but because of the nature of lightning and the nature of sensors and terrain and other things, it can not be sort of relied on 100%, but it's a great starting point. So what we've found is that the RFS will often, and our vets guys will often go to those points, and then they'll follow other indicators that will lead them to a more concise or more accurate point of origin. And sometimes it's coincidental with that information as well, but often it can be some distance.
So is it fair to say one would never solely rely on lightning strike data to form a conclusion about the likely point of origin of a fire?
No. So we would always, when we're conducting cause and origin, do a crime scene examination with our vets guys, and hopefully in association with the RFS, starting from that point, but obviously taking in a lot of other factors when determining the cause and origin.
In the course of your investigation, have you obtained any evidence pointing to any other likely area of origin for the Currawong fire?
No.
And in the course of your investigation, have you obtained any evidence pointing to any other likely cause of the fire?
No.
If your hypothesis is correct, and the hypothesis advanced by the two fire investigators, that would place the time of ignition for the Currawong fire sometime around 22:47 on the 25th of November 2019. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You obtained evidence about the people who then contacted OOO reporting the presence of fire somewhere around the Currawong State Forest. Is that right?
Yes.
Was the first OOO call from an eyewitness reporting fire in the vicinity of Mines Road a call from a Mr. Ross Coote at about 14:22 on the 26th of November?
Yes, it was.
That's close to 15 hours after the suspected ignition time before the first resident phones it in. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was that delay or time period between likely ignition point and first contact to OOO something that surprised you?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Because of the nature of where the ignition turns out, it would have been protected by the fact that it was in a gully. And there's a lot of other things that would also come into play with that as well, in that nighttime temperatures obviously dip, humidity is higher. So the conditions overnight are not conducive to starting or progressing a fire in normal circumstances. So there's every possibility that although the lightning strike at that time, it may have remained smouldering until the weather conditions were correct to obviously fuel the fire and actually cause it to spread to the point where it was obviously visible from people. It's not a populated area, so it would have had to have probably got to some sort of size because of the nature of the area around it before people actually noticed it.
Is it the case that the Rural Fire Service were not entirely dependent on civilian witnesses to call in the fire, because they, in fact, were using Firebird 200 to conduct what they call lightning runs?
Sorry, can you just say that again?
Is it the case that the Rural Fire Service were not entirely dependent on being notified about fires through telephone calls to 000, and that they, in fact, in light of the conditions that were expected at the time, had aircraft in the area looking for potential signs of fire?
Correct. So they had a lot of fires were happening in that area, and they had aircraft in the air, and it was also a normal practice for the RFS and for forestries to have officers assigned to look out for fires after a lightning storm. So that in this case, there was actually people going to strategic lookouts and looking for fire.
There's evidence in the brief suggesting that a helicopter reported some evidence of fire at about 13:38 on the 26th of November, which is only a relatively short time before Mr. Coote makes the first call to 000. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And as you say, Forestry Corporation also had crews out looking for signs of fire at around the same time. Is that the case?
Yes.
Even so, the Currawong fire was not immediately detected.
No.
Agree? Okay. If the terrain impacted upon the way in which the fire became visible to people early in its course, did the terrain also affect early attempts to try and suppress or contain the fire?
Yeah.
In what way?
So despite, it took them a while to locate where the fire was, and once they'd located it, it was very difficult for them to get into the area where the fire had spread. So it was quite a considerable size by the time it was identified and located. So they had to put a lot of resources into trying to identify it and get where it was, but it was also made totally difficult by the terrain and by the inaccessibility.
Now, the fact that the authorities couldn't contain the fire early in its course, of course, meant that they had to look for later opportunities to contain the fire at other points as it emerged across the following days and weeks. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn up page 114 of the Coronial brief? That's using the red, it's page 116, using the red numbers at the bottom of the page. I'm sorry, I've got it wrong again. 114, and then we'll go to 116. Do you have 114?
Yes.
Detective, you there quote from the Rural Fire Service Fire Progression Report from 0000 26 November 2019 to 0000 on the 27th. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what the Rural Fire Service seemed to observe there is that over 7 hours between 1500 and 2200, the fire spread 8.5 kilometres and had grown to 2,380 hectares in size. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the Rural Fire Service described that as an extreme and anomalous, by which they mean abnormal, behaviour for a newly ignited fire.
Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that reference to the fire behaviour being extreme and abnormal?
No.
Could you then turn over to 116? And do you see there, by way of comparison, that at the top of the page you quote from a later fire progression report, which records the fire having spread between 1 to 1.5 kilometres in the space of about 24 hours?
Yes.
So does that comparison highlight the speed with which the fire was actually moving on the 26th of November 2019?
Yeah, that's right.
Did the fire ultimately burn for about 74 days before it was extinguished?
It did.
Within your statement in the Coronial brief, you've set out a detailed chronology of the fire progression, which I won't have you repeat here because it's in writing and it's already before Her Honour. But I'm just going to ask you to comment about certain significant events during the course of the fire. Firstly, could you turn to page 236? Do you see there, Detective, that you've included some reference to ignitions in the Yadborough area on the 6th of December 2019?
Yes, I have.
Through the course of your investigation, did you come to understand that the Rural Fire Service planned to try and contain the fire to the south of a containment line that they had been working on in the vicinity of the Yadborough area?
Yes.
And is it the case that new ignitions observed on the 6th of December 2019 frustrated that plan to try and contain the fire?
Yes, that's correct.
Has a person ultimately been charged with offences under the Crimes Act and the Rural Fires Act in relation to some of that allegedly suspicious fire activity?
Yes.
And what's the status of those proceedings?
They're currently before the court.
Returning to the chronology of the Currowan fire, is it the case that the fire was so powerful that it actually generated its own series of fire thunderstorms?
Yes, it did.
Was there 4 firestorms across the space of the weeks that the fire ran?
Yes.
Could you please turn up page 146 of the brief? I want to just ask you some questions about each of those 4 fire thunderstorms. Do you follow?
Yes.
At paragraph 138 of your statement, you refer to, this is towards the end of that paragraph, events on the afternoon of 21 December 2019 when the heat generated by both the Currowan and Tianjara fire initiated a fire-generated thunderstorm. Was this the first of the Currowan fire-generated thunderstorms?
Yes.
You quote there from the Rural Fire Service report suggesting that the initiation of a fire-generated thunderstorm is extreme and anomalous. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if this is within your experience as an arson detective, say so, and if not, say so. But do you agree that the ignition of such fire-generated thunderstorms is extreme and anomalous?
Yes.
Were you able to access some satellite technology produced by the Bureau of Meteorology that demonstrates the presence of this thunderstorm?
Yes.
I'm just going to have page 147 of the brief brought up on screen. Do you recognise those images, Detective?
I do.
And could you explain to the court what those 3 radar scans represent?
Okay, so this is information that was received by me from the Bureau of Meteorology. What it shows is satellite imagery that is taken from a a weather satellite, essentially. It shows areas of fire, which is, I think, the red and yellow parts of the imagery there. And it also shows the plume. So the green and sort of yellow imagery is the smoke plume. Also, it shows the lightning strike. So this one in particular shows lightning between 4:10 p.m. on the date and through till 8:30 p.m. on the date. And it just shows a section of the New South Wales coastline. So this area, I think, is... it doesn't show it on this one. On the other ones, it obviously shows Batemans Bay and Nowra, but that one's not on this one.
So we can see the yellow coastline marked on each radar scan, is that correct?
Yep.
And is that smoke plume or fire plume that we can see drifting across
And out to
the ocean?
there, yep.
And are the lightning strikes represented by the small purple dots or crosses?
Correct.
All right. Could I ask you, Detective, to now turn to page 164 of the Coronial brief? Do you see there that you draw again from the fire progression data provided by the Rural Fire Service to refer to events on the afternoon and evening of 29 December when the heat being generated by a northwestern portion of the Currawong fire generated a fire-generated thunderstorm?
Yes.
Was this the second of the four thunderstorms that the Currawong fire created?
Yeah, it was.
Would you want to just bear with me? Detective, could I now ask you to turn up page 173? And again, Detective, do you see that you there draw from the Rural Fire Service documents and the I don't know how you say it, Himawari 8 visible imagery, referring to another fire-generated thunderstorm on the 31st of December?
Yes.
2000. Was this the third such thunderstorm generated by the Currawong fire?
Yes.
Now, the imagery on the screen now is contained within your statement at page 173. Could you explain to the court what we're looking at here?
Okay, so again, the New South Wales coastline is depicted in yellow. Then we have a bit of area information. So we have Wollongong to the top of the screen depicted by the orange dot, and the green dot to the south is Batemans Bay. So we're looking at the same sort of smoke plume area depicted in yellow, and again, lightning strikes are depicted in purple.
So on graphic A, we can see a number of lightning strikes concentrated in the area south of Wollongong.
Correct.
And although unrelated to the Currawong fire, can we also see in the bottom left-hand side of that shot other lightning strikes affecting the state in other parts of the state?
Yes.
And then is image B the same image but with extra data overlaid?
Yes, that's correct.
And that seems to be referred to as radar reflectivity data from Wollongong Appin radar.
Yes.
Is that right? But again, that seems to show, does it not, some purple markings indicative of lightning strikes?
Correct.
We will come back to the events of 31 December shortly, but just while we are going through this canvas of fire-generated thunderstorms, could you turn up page 228 of the brief? Now, Detective, can you see on screen there, again, images taken from the Himawari 8 satellite, but this time on the 4th of June 2020?
4th of January.
Oh, sorry, January, thank you. Was this the fourth occasion on which the Currowan fire is believed to have generated its own fire-generated thunderstorm?
Yes.
And is that depicted in these images?
Yes, so we've got the coastline, we've got the Wollongong and Bateman's Bay localities noted, but we've also got, I think they're in red, so the lightning strikes appear to be depicted in red, but within that red circle is obviously the confirmation that a fire-generated thunderstorm has taken place.
I want to move now to some events related to the deaths of the three men who died on the 31st of December 2019. Firstly, by way of background, during the course of your investigation, have you become aware of debate about the actual footprint of the Currowan fire and the use of various containment strategies in the vicinity of Currowan Lane, Porters Creek Road and Golden Flat Lane and surrounds?
Yes.
And some of that debate is centred around events of 30 December 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the course of your investigation, have you obtained statements from a variety of local landholders expressing their opinion as to what did or did not happen across that afternoon in terms of containment strategies?
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, extending into the next day?
Yes.
And similarly, in the course of your investigation, have you obtained from the Rural Fire Service a copy of their investigation report,
Yes,
seeking to examine the events across that period?
Yes.
Now, you understand, don't you, that Her Honour's inquiry this week will not explore conflicting evidence as to containment strategies used at that time?
Yes.
But it's something that you have dedicated some time to in the course of preparing the Coronial brief of evidence, is that right?
That's right.
All right, could you turn up page 176 of the brief? Do you see there, Detective, that you refer in paragraph 154 and 155 of your statement to Rural Fire Service fire progression reports, line scans and incident mapping, which show the fire impacting the locations where the three men died, and the conclusion that fire impacted those locations sometime between 9:50 on the 31st of December through until 11:31 the next day.
Yes.
Quite an extended period.
Yes.
And then at paragraph 155, a reference to infrared satellite imagery, which suggests that the Currowan fire is likely to have impacted the locations where John Butler and Laurie Andrew died, relatively shortly after the line scan was taken at 9:50 on the morning of 31 December 2019.
That's correct.
Detective, during your investigation, have you been able to obtain additional evidence from family and friends and other witnesses, particularly those in contact with John Butler and Lawrence Andrew, that allow you to fix upon a more precise time for when they were likely impacted by fire?
Yes.
And is this evidence that is available to you because of your investigation and would not have been available to the Rural Fire Service, as they were obviously preparing their fire progression reports?
Yeah, that's right.
I want to ask some questions now that draw out those chronologies, particularly for Mr. Butler and Mr. Andrew. Do you follow?
Yes.
We'll deal firstly with Mr. Butler. Could you please turn to page 409 of the Coronial brief? Now, just while you're doing that, Detective, I've had that the photo contained at page 409 brought up on the screen in court. Could you just explain to Her Honour what that is a photo of?
So that's a Google Maps image of the property at 8A Tierney Road at Yada Yada, which we know to be the property of John Butler, owned by the Wheatley family but resided in by Mr. John Butler. We have the Princess Highway. You'll see the major road to the left of the property, and the coast at this stage is to the right of that image.
Has your investigation allowed you to draw a conclusion as to the likely direction from which the fire approached this property at Tierney Road?
Yes.
And what direction was that?
There's information in the brief that it most likely came from the southwest, but there is also other information to suggest that the township of Yada Yada also had fire approaching from the northwest. So his most direct neighbours suggest southwest, but there is a belief that there could have been multiple directions of fire at that time.
In terms of trying to determine when the fire reached John at that property, you've taken witness statements from a number of people that spoke to him in person or by phone on the 31st of December, is that right?
Yes.
Can I ask you to turn to page 411 of the brief? And I'm just going to pick up on John's contact with people later in the morning of 31 December, starting with the reference you include at paragraph 561 of your statement. Do you have that?
Yes.
So you've spoken to John's nephew, Kenneth Ingold, is that correct?
Police have. I haven't personally.
And through that effort, you've obtained evidence to the effect that Ken or Kenneth spoke to John on the landline phone at John's home at about 11:19 that morning.
Yes.
So clearly John's alive at that point.
Correct.
There's then a later telephone call that John makes at about 12:34. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you explain to Her Honour who that call was to and what was discussed in that call, so far as your investigation has revealed?
Yep. So at about 12:34, John rang Andrew Wheatley, who was his friend, and his family, the Wheatley family, owned the property, and John's called him to see how he was going. He lives at an adjacent property, not too far from the Tierney Road property. Andrew told John that the fire had spotted in his quarry at Lake Entrance Road in Conjola, and Andrew gave him instructions, said turn the water on, let out the ball valves of the tanks and get out of there. But John said that there wasn't any fire at the house and that he was okay, and that was pretty much the extent of the conversation.
So far as your investigation is aware, is that the last conversation that the court can be confident of?
Yes.
That John Butler has on the 31st of December?
Yes.
So we know that John is still alive at 12:34. It seems obvious, but can I ask you to confirm that?
Yes.
Could you turn then to page 417? Do you see, Detective, at the top of the page there, you refer to a statement that's been provided by Margaret Bellamy?
Yes.
Could you tell Her Honour who Margaret Bellamy is?
Margaret is a family member of one of the neighbours, so one of the neighbouring properties to 88 Tierney Road. I think she's the daughter of the adjacent owner.
Did Margaret tell New South Wales police that she actually visited her father's property at 14A Tierney Road on the 31st of December?
Yes.
And indeed, Margaret had seen John sitting on a tractor on Tierney Road when she passed through earlier in the morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Does Margaret say that the fire impacted her father's property at about 13:55 on the 31st of December?
Yes.
And do you draw the inference from that it's likely the fire impacted John at 8A Tierney Road at roughly the same time?
I believe so.
We obviously cannot be precise, but this is an approximation. Is that right?
Yes.
In terms of the way in which the in terms of the way in which the fire impacted upon the property at 14A Tierney Road, did the witness indicate that it had approached from the southwest, that is from the Little Forest area?
She did.
And she said, didn't she, that this was at a time when the wind was extremely strong, the fire was moving quickly and the temperature was above 40 degrees?
Yes, that's right.
So is it your hypothesis that the fire most likely reached John Butler at the 8A Tierney Road property sometime around 13:55 on the 31st of December 2019?
Yes.
Could you turn to page 418 of your statement? Do you see there you refer at page 576 to the investigation undertaken by New South Wales Police once advised by some of John's friends that they had found the remains in a burnt-out vehicle on the property?
Yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that the front bonnet of the vehicle was found to be pushed up against a tree?
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to have a look at page 421 of the brief. And the photograph on that page will come up on the screen. Now, I'm not sure if it's entirely visible in this photograph, Detective, but from your investigation, do you know whether the bull bar of that vehicle was literally touching against that tree?
Yeah, so my understanding, and it's contained in the evidence of Inspector Debnam, there's metal shelving or like a cabinet between the tree and the vehicle, but it's impacted, so it's quite squashed. So the bull bars sustained some damage. There's, impacted metal shelving and then the tree. So it's like there's been some form of collision and it's resting up against the tree.
Detective Inspector Debnam that you've just referred to is an inspector of the New South Wales Police Force who conducted scene investigations in the aftermath of some of these fires. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is she responsible for taking that photograph?
She is, yep.
So is your hypothesis that John may have been driving or attempting to get away at the time that he comes into contact with the cabinet or the tree and is thereafter overcome by the fire?
I believe so, and that was further strengthened for me when we actually went to the scene, and there's a sort of driveway or a dirt gap in the embankment behind that car. It seems to make sense that he possibly travelled down that embankment and across that cleared area and into the tree.
So looking at this photograph, where is John's house in connection to the burnt-out vehicle?
So it's some distance from this location. I would say, more than 100 metres, but it's to the right. So if we were to turn right and walk across from that area, we'd find the schoolhouse, and then behind the schoolhouse was the cottage.
It took a while for John to actually be identified as the driver of that vehicle, is that right?
That's correct.
And ultimately DNA analysis was required to determine his identity, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've collated for Her Honour within the coronial brief the pathologist report as to the cause of John's death?
Yes.
And you agree that it records the cause of his death as thermal injury incineration?
That's right.
We'll move now to the inquest into the death of Laurie or Lawrence Andrew. Could you please turn up page 427 of the coronial brief? Detective, Laurie died at his own property at 16 Myrtle Gully Road in Yada Yada, is that right?
Yes.
And have you attended that property?
I have, yes.
Could you just give a broad description of the property there?
So it's sort of set down from the Princess Highway off a sort of, it's got quite a long driveway, so it's quite windy through what I imagine was very heavily forest, but when we visited, very heavily fire damaged bushland. And it sort of winds around quite a lot and then opens up to a house paddock. There was a brick house, and then it was surrounded by numerous sheds. When we visited, a lot of the sheds and everything were no longer there, so it was only from looking at pre-fire photos that I could see that there was sheds, a few vehicles, and yeah, it was quite heavily, like surrounded by a quite heavy bushland, other than the house paddock.
Can I stop you there, because to orientate us, I'm going to ask for page 428 of the brief to be displayed, and you'll see there a Google map, a Google aerial shot. Now, I'm not suggesting to you that the vegetation looked anything like this at the time that Laurie was defending his property from the fire, but could you explain to the court what this map shows?
Okay, so the Princess Highway is that main road that you can see moving from the top to the bottom of the screen. Myrtle Gully is that loop road, and then obviously we've got the driveway, which is the unmarked white sort of road moving into the 16 Myrtle Gully Road property. And as you can see by that, it was quite surrounded by heavy bushland.
All right, and the township of Milton, where's that located by reference to this photo?
Okay, so Milton is to the south. So if you move directly south from the property, you come to the Conjola communities, and then further south again is Milton.
It's called Myrtle Gully Road. Does it pass through a gully, or is it on a gully?
Yes, so there's a gully, I think, to the north of this picture, actually, and there's quite a significant bridge where the Princess Highway travels over that gully.
Now, in the course of your investigation into Laurie's death, you learnt that a man by the name of Tony Riemann lived from time to time in either a car or a caravan on the property. Is that right?
Yes.
And Tony was therefore present at the property on the day of Laurie's death. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was another person who was also living in a separate caravan on the property at the time by the name of Ms. Losal, Losal.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But in the course of your investigation, did you determine that she had evacuated before the fire reached the property?
Yeah, so she'd actually evacuated days prior. I think it was the 28th or 29th, she actually left the property.
Thank you. Just now, if you could turn up page 430 of the brief, and I just want to ask you some questions about Laurie's preparedness for the fire. Do you see in paragraph 608, you refer to the fact that he had retired from his previous work with Shoal Water, but only in November of 2019?
Yes.
And he was still doing some surveying work, is that right?
Yes.
So did you form the view that Laurie firstly knew his own property well?
Yes, definitely.
And what helped you form that view?
He'd lived there for so long. He'd actually built the structures on the property. He'd spent all of his time there. So yeah, I think he had a lot of time spent there doing his various hobbies. Even when he was still working, I think he spent a lot of time at home.
And similarly, because he had worked for many years for Shoal Water and was still doing some local surveying work, did you form the view that he was familiar with the layout and the geography of the country around him?
Oh, definitely. He was working on projects all around his property in the course of his employment. So I think Porters Creek Dam Road, he was still going up there and checking on an ongoing project, even though he'd finished working. So he still had a very vested interest in his former employment.
You refer in paragraph 612 to Laurie having the property set up with fire protection.
Yes.
What are the sort of things that your investigation uncovered that allowed you to draw that conclusion?
The evidence from his family was that he knew that the fire was coming, like most of the people in that community, and they had some weeks to prepare. So he'd put in additional sprinklers, had done additional land clearing around his property, and, just maintaining his hoses and his pumping systems, from what I understand.
And would it be fair to say that this is a community that has experienced other bushfires in the past?
Yes.
Although perhaps nothing like they experienced across this summer.
I think, they wouldn't have experienced anything like this before.
So did you form a view from having taken statements from the people that know Laurie or knew Laurie best, that he had made preparations to try and defend his property from fire, and that he was the sort of person that would take full steps to make those sensible and sound arrangements?
Yes, I believe so.
Could you turn over to page 432? And again, I'm going to invite you to assist the court with a chronology of the telephone calls and contact that Laurie had with people across the 31st of December, so as to try and fix upon a more approximate time of death for him. Do you follow?
Yes.
So in paragraph 615, you refer there to a conversation between David and his father at 10:31 that morning.
Yes.
And did David tell you that tell police that he had tried to convince his father to leave, but Laurie was adamant that he wanted to stay and defend?
Yeah, that's right.
Your statement next at paragraph 616 refers to a discussion between Laurie and Michelle Morales at 10:34.
Yes.
And from Michelle's account of that conversation, did you understand that Laurie was actively trying to protect his property from at least that point?
Yes.
And what allows you to draw that conclusion?
So Laurie commented to Michelle that he thought the fire was coming from Golden Flats and he'd turn his sprinklers on. I think because of the lack of water in his dams, he wouldn't have done, that until he felt that it was required.
Right. So he wasn't going to waste water early, is that what you mean?
I believe so.
Okay. We know then at 10:48, Laurie sent a video message to a friend, Gary Clark. You refer to that in 617?
Yes.
Have you watched that footage?
I have.
And what does it show?
It shows his a shed on the property. It's got various materials and things contained within the shed, but it's got open sides, and it's got a quite extensive sprinkler system, so at least 3 visible, coating the shed with water.
Is there smoke in the vicinity at the time Laurie took that footage?
Yes.
Then in your statement at paragraph 618, you refer to a conversation between Laurie and his brother Brian at about 10:50. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, on Brian's account of that conversation with Laurie, did you draw the conclusion that Laurie was actively trying to prepare for the fire at that point?
Yes. He had
In what way?
So he had this, again, mentioned the sprinklers were running, and yeah, so he had the sprinklers running at that time. Brian asked him how he was going, but he said that he was going to stay.
Moving then through the chronology to your evidence at paragraph 619, did you obtain evidence that at 10:57 Laurie had a short conversation with Jessie Chinock?
Yes.
And did Jessie's account of that conversation permit you to conclude that Laurie was still preparing to fight the fire or actively fighting the approach of the fire?
So Jesse, when he recalled the conversation, said that Laurie was on his roof setting up his sprinklers. Jesse commented that he was in good spirits, but he appeared busy, so he was clearly busy preparing his house. And Jesse told him that the fire was coming in hot, but he'd try and get to him later and check on him then.
Shortly after this telephone call, did your investigation discover that there was another conversation between Laurie and this time a neighbour by the name of Wallace Burns?
Yes.
And what can you tell the court about that conversation?
So they discussed the wind that they were each experiencing in their in their homes or at their properties. So their properties are only 400 metres apart, but Laurie told Mr. Burns that he was getting hit by a westerly wind, whereas Mr. Burns said at the same time he was experiencing a northerly wind. Mr. Burns said that he told Laurie, this is going to hit us, Laurie, but we don't know if, what Laurie's response was to that. And then about 15 to 20 minutes later, the Burns property was impacted by fire from the southern side. And apparently it was quite a large fire at that time. It was going along the road and was double the height of the trees.
If, according to Mr. Burns' account, as relayed to New South Wales Police, he assumed that the fire was creating its own wind. Is that possible in a fire of the type of the Currawong fire?
Yeah, it definitely can. From my understanding, it generates its own weather system to a point where it can obviously create a fire-generated thunderstorm, or a fire. It can also create a fire-generated vortex, which is obviously a wind pattern that's not normal and is quite abnormal and extreme. So with the fire activity at that time, along with it's interacting with the terrain as well, it's very possible that sort of different experiences to the wind direction would have been felt.
Even 400 metres apart?
Correct.
There's no suggestion, though, is there, that there was a fire-generated vortex actually at play?
No, nothing that I've obtained through the investigation confirmed that. It may not have got to that extreme level. It may have been just something that was quite localised to them.
And in the course of your investigation, did you obtain a copy of a photo that Laurie had taken at about 11:35, which showed fire within about 10 metres of his house?
Yes.
Laurie's children, David and Lindsay, told New South Wales Police that they'd been attempting to call their father that day. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it the case that David told police that he attempted to call his dad at some time around noon, but it went straight to voicemail?
Yes.
You've had access to Laurie's phone in the course of your investigation into his death, is that right?
Yeah, I've been able to do that with the assistance of David, who has the phone.
Okay. And did you look on the phone to see whether or not Laurie had actually received Rural Fire Service emergency alerts?
Yes.
And what did that review tell you?
So Through the assistance of Laurie's son, I was able to obtain copies of a SMS notification that I received of an emergency alert. One was at 10:30 and the other was at 13:59 on the 31st of December.
Laurie might not have needed those RFS alerts, though, to know that fire was approaching. Is that right?
Yeah, I think he would have been fully aware.
I want to now just ask some questions about events after the fire hit Laurie's property. Could you turn to page 440 of your statement? And is it the case that you are largely dependent upon the evidence of Tony Riemann to understand what was happening at the property through the course of the afternoon?
Yes, that's right.
On Tony's account, there seems to be a period of time after the fire arrives where Laurie, with some help from Tony, are actively involved in attempts to protect the property.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that might have extended for some hours?
Yeah.
Tony tells New South Wales Police that it was around 4 p.m. that he went into the house to get some water and found Laurie lying on the floor in the laundry. Is that right?
Yes.
You can see that referred to in paragraph 629 of your statement.
Yes.
Could you just explain to Her Honour, on Tony's account, what he then did next?
Okay, so at about 4 o'clock, Tony says that he went into the house to get some water, so pots of water to throw on the fire. So he was going in and out of the house. And on the third trip into the house, he found Laurie lying on the floor in the laundry. He doesn't really elaborate on that. He poured water on him, and Laurie apparently sat up and started yelling that just started yelling. Tony dragged him into the lounge room and sat him on a lounge chair. And Tony could observe that he wasn't breathing well. Laurie gripped Tony's arm tight, and that at that time, Tony's heard or become aware of a gas bottle at the side of the house and was concerned about gas leaking. So he wanted to move Laurie out of the house. So he just tried to find which was the best route to obviously take him out, knowing that he wasn't very well. He noticed there was fire to the side of the house, and so he's obviously panicked seeing the gas bottle and made attempts and was successful in putting that gas fire out. But when he returned, he'd obviously left the door open and the house was full of smoke. And at that stage, he obviously wasn't aware that Lexi had left. So he's obviously wanted to seek some sort of help at that time. So he's looked for her. And then when he returned to Laurie was still in the chair but was not breathing at that time. So then he's tried to commence CPR.
In your statement, you refer to two telephone calls at 17:13 and 17:14 of Tony attempting to call 000. How were you able to fix on those times?
So they were on the call log of the phone.
Tony said that he wasn't able to get through to 000.
That's right.
Is that surprising to you?
It's not, because there was evidence contained in the brief in relation to telecommunications actually being cut in those areas in the lead up or over the course of that day at various times. There was outages. So I believe it could be that there wasn't telephone service at that time and that the calls were likely not successful.
Is it the case that Tony then went to try and get help by flagging down traffic out on the Princess Highway?
Yeah, so I think he's obviously run to the highway, and then he was able to access the highway on foot, obviously a lot easier than they could drive back in.
So that run from the property to the Princess Highway may well have been a run through chaos, through smoke, through ember, through fallen logs?
I believe so, yes.
Was Tony able to flag down both a Fire and Rescue New South Wales strike team and a RFS brigade?
Yes.
But those responders seem to have trouble reaching the property, is that right?
Yes, I believe.
Why is that?
I think the fallen trees were a massive issue, the length of the driveway, the highly dense bushland, and obviously active fire and smoke would have made it difficult as well.
Were the Fire and Rescue New South Wales able to provide some level of first aid, firstly to Tony when they came across him?
Yes.
Was Tony himself experiencing the effects of fire, exposure to the fire?
Yes.
And then were they able to eventually access the property and find Laurie?
Yes, I believe they had to chainsaw their way in. So it took some time, and then they commenced CPR. I also believe they had a defibrillator, and they used that as well.
But to no avail.
No.
Are you aware that by the time ambulance officers were able to attend to Laurie, they placed a heart monitor on him and he was recorded to be in asystole rhythm?
Yes, that's right.
He was determined to have died
Yes.
at that point. And is it the case that police and ambulance had to then evacuate quickly with Laurie's body because there were concerns that there might be further fire and or falling trees damaging them while they remained at the house?
That's correct.
In the course of your investigation, you have obtained, have you not, the autopsy report following the investigation into Laurie's death?
Yes.
And do you agree that the cause of death is recorded as direct cause, disease or condition directly leading to death, chronic coronary artery arteriosclerosis in the context of firefighting?
Yes.
Your Honour, I'll now move on to the evidence in relation to the death of Michael Campbell, and then we have the Tianjara and the Moreton fires to cover. But is that a convenient time to Your Honour?
Yes. We'll adjourn now and resume at 2 o'clock.
Silence, please, all stand. This coroner's court is now adjourned.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Points.
If,
Detective.
Detective Burston, I'm now going to ask you some questions relating to the inquest into the death of Michael Campbell. If you still have that brief in front of you, could you turn up page 448? And I'm going to have an image displayed on the monitoring court. All right, Detective, do you see there, both within the brief and on the screen, a Google Maps image said to be of 26 Wanderer Road, Sussex Inlet?
Yes.
And can you explain to Her Honour what was located on Mr Campbell's property and surrounds within 26 Wanderer Road, Sussex Inlet?
Okay, so the property is a bush block, effectively. It's made up of a lot of bushland. Located on the property was a short dirt driveway, and then there was Mr Campbell's residence, which consisted of a caravan, a shelter sort of lean-to that appeared to have previously had generators for which he derived his electricity, a couple of water tanks and a couple of vehicles. So one that we don't think was operable, and then his actual vehicle.
Although one can't necessarily tell from that photo on the screen, is it the case that Michael lived close enough to Sussex Inlet that he could often walk into town to go to the swimming pool?
Yes, so we've got evidence from friends that said they regularly saw him either on his way into town by walking, or sometimes he'd catch the bus.
And in terms of the vehicle that was located on the property, or the two vehicles, does your investigation suggest that at least one of those vehicles worked?
Yes.
Although the evidence you've obtained also suggests that Michael had vision problems?
Yeah, I think in the time leading up to his death, he was driving less and less due to deteriorating eyesight.
And the vehicle that was located on the property that was actually operating or operable, was that a blue Toyota Corolla?
Yes.
Could I ask you then to turn to page 451 of the brief? I want to ask you some questions about your attempts to piece together Michael's last movements on the day that he died.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able, or was someone on behalf of New South Wales Police able to examine his mobile phone or the phone records after he died?
So his records, yes.
And what did they reveal?
They revealed that he didn't have any phone or SMS communication on the day, so on the 31st of December, aside from receiving emergency alerts, and his phone actually registered an outgoing reply to one of those alerts, and I made some inquiries in relation to that and was not able to establish whether that was something that was automatically done through a read receipt or whether he'd physically replied to that.
All right, well, I'll just ask you to expand upon that in a moment, but is it the case that unlike for Laurie, Andrew and John Butler, you've been unable to piece together Mr Campbell's last movements by reference to people that he spoke to or otherwise contacted on the 31st of December?
Yeah, so throughout the investigation, I haven't been able to locate anybody that had any communication or anyone that saw him on the day.
And if someone saw him on the day, they haven't actually provided that information to New South Wales Police?
That's right.
Now, you've told Her Honour this afternoon that there was a record of 2 emergency alert warnings.
Yes.
On his phone, which you refer to in paragraph 654 of the statement. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Could you just tell the court the time at which those emergency alerts or warnings were likely received?
So the call charge records show that one was received at 13:55 and a further one at 13:58.
You've also given some evidence just a moment ago about a mysterious reply message that might have been sent from Mr. Campbell's phone,
Yes.
which you deal with in paragraph 655 of your statement. Can you just explain what was observed on the phone that suggested he might have attempted to reply to one of the emergency messages?
So simply the telephone records that I'm referring to are an Excel format, and they show the outgoing and ingoing. So obviously the incoming, So the incoming was at 13:55 from Mr. Campbell's number to a number ending in 447, which I did a subscriber check, and that's the emergency warning system. So that's the phone number that sends the emergency warnings to all the phones in that area. So then at 13:55, the actual records showed an outgoing message from Mr. Campbell's phone to the same number, so to the same emergency warning number within a minute.
So from that, do you conclude it might have been some sort of response, whether automatic or something that Mr. Campbell tried to send to the number?
Yeah, so I made some inquiries in relation to that with the telcos, and they actually couldn't provide the evidence that could be included in the brief, or they couldn't explain whether it was an auto reply or whether it was a physical reply, but the contents of that is not available through the telco, so we're not sure what the contents were.
Is it the case that Michael Campbell's body was discovered the next day when a friend went looking for him?
Yes, that's right.
And it was only when someone actually physically walked through the access way, through to the bush block, that his car was discovered?
Yeah, that's right.
Michael was located, wasn't he, within the blue Toyota Corolla at the scene?
Yes, in the driver's seat.
And after his body was located, did Detective Technical Inspector Sasha Debnam later attend the scene and take some photographs at the scene?
That's correct.
Those photographs display Michael's blue-coloured Toyota Corolla sedan, is that right?
Yes.
And have you seen those photos recently?
Yes.
Can you recall from those photos whether or not the sedan was parked facing towards the roadway or some sort of escape route?
No. So the car was parked facing Mr. Campbell's caravan, and it was facing away from the driveway, and therefore the sort of laneway that leads to the driveway, so it was faced in the opposite direction.
Does that mean that if Mr. Campbell had wanted to drive out in order to avoid the fire, he would have needed to literally turn the car around and head back down the dirt track to the road that the bush block came off?
That's correct. He'd have to reverse and conduct a three-point turn to get out, I would say.
It might not have been a very difficult exercise, but you're aware, aren't you, from the evidence within the brief, that Mr. Campbell's daughter says that on previous occasions he's parked his car with the car facing towards the exit point so that he could quickly get in and drive away?
Yes, that's right.
But he had not done so on this occasion?
No.
Are you aware from Inspector Debnam's investigation that the Toyota was largely intact?
Yes.
Was there some fire damage to the car though?
There was some fire damage. It was minimal, so some melting to the front bumper, and it was covered in ash and soot, but there appeared to be no direct evidence of the fire impacting the car directly, so no flame contact.
And from your collation of the Coronial brief, have you considered Inspector Debnam's evidence and the conclusion she expresses that Michael did not seem to be preparing to drive the car?
I'd agree with that.
And what do you base that agreement on?
I base that opinion on the fact that there was a physical steering wheel lock, so the really big locks that physically enable you, make it unable to use the car or to use the steering wheel. So that was...
They used to be called club
locks.
Club steering locks, or...
Yeah. So that was affixed. There was no keys in the ignition. A set of keys were found that actually went into the ignition, but they didn't actually activate the lock, or the ignition. So given that, yes, there was a club lock in place and no key in the ignition, I believe he may have been just sheltering in place.
I mean, another alternative is that he got into the car hoping to be able to drive it away, but for whatever reason didn't have the keys with him to use for either the lock or the ignition.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
It would be fair to say that we just don't know.
No.
From collating the coronial brief, are you aware of the post-mortem and autopsy report that identifies the direct cause of Mr. Campbell's death as from effects of fire?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I'm now going to ask you some questions in relation to the Tianjara fire. Firstly, the likely start date or ignition date for the Tianjara fire is thought to be around the morning of the 19th of December 2019. Is that right?
Yep, sometime prior to 5:13 a.m.
And is that based upon the evidence as to the first eyewitness sighting of the fire?
Correct.
Was that... Well, before I ask you about the eyewitness sighting, I'm going to ask for page 974 of the brief to be displayed on the screen. And, Detective, can you please explain to Her Honour what is displayed in each of those maps? Firstly, just the Google map version and then the satellite version.
Yep. So they're obviously maps derived from Google. The top one shows Braidwood Road, so running from the top right corner and then across the middle of the page and out to the right-hand side is Braidwood Road, which is the main road that leads from the coast to Braidwood.
And it disappears off the left of the map, doesn't it?
Yeah, so and it continues through to Sassafras and then continues on to Braidwood. Tianjara Falls is just to the left, you see denoted by the blue teardrop symbol, which is a fall, like a waterfall within that area, and has a small car park. The bottom one shows a bit of the bushland and the topography of the area. So as you can see, it's part of the national park, so it's quite dense bush area.
Although it's difficult to see the fine print on the screen as displayed, would you agree that the road that seems to travel up from the bottom of the map and lands just to the right of the icon, the red icon on Braidwood Road, that road seems to be 12 Mile Road?
Yep, but it's basically a fire trail. It's not really a sealed road that one would normally travel on. It's more a fire trail.
Its relevance to this inquiry is because some of the witnesses are able to estimate their approximate location when they saw the fire by reference to having driven past the 12 Mile Road intersection.
Yes.
Braidwood Road.
Yes.
Braidwood Road itself, though, seems to have been a road that had relatively good amount of commuter traffic, even in the early hours of 19 December, is that right?
Yes.
We know this because of the volume of 000 calls received in about the first hour of the fire.
Yes.
And that those calls started from early in the morning, is that right?
Yes.
Was the first call to 000 from a man called John Croker?
Yes.
And was that call made at around 5:13 in the morning?
Yes.
I'll shortly play an extract from a walkthrough interview that you did with Mr. Croker at the scene, but in order to provide some context to his evidence, did he tell you that he was driving along Braidwood Road when he first observed some small fires at the side of the road.
Yes.
But ultimately he had to drive further along before he was able to get mobile phone reception to report a larger fire that he had seen further round the bend.
Yes.
Is that right? Oh. Now, just that problem with mobile phone reception on Braidwood Road, is that something that a number of other O callers also reported?
Yes, and I actually experienced that myself at the scene.
Your Honour, I'm going to now play the footage of Detective Senior Constable Burston's clips from 2 short walkthrough videos she took with Mr Croker describing his observations on the morning of 19 December 2019.
Okay, so the time is now 9:46 a.m. on Thursday, the 30th of April 2020. My name is Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston from the Financial Crime Squad Arson Unit. I'm here on Braidwood Road in Tianjara. The GPS location is displayed there. And I'm with Mr John Croker, who was a O informant in relation to a fire that occurred here on the 19th of December 2019. It went on to become known as the Tianjara fire, and it was in the early hours of the morning on the 19th of December. So John's just going to run me through what's happened at this location on that day, and then we're going to move to other locations. So.
Also, like I said, I was going to deliver hams to Braidwood. Come around the corner to saw two small fires here. That was strange, knowing the conditions, what the weather predictions were for the 19th of December. Stopped the car, got out, put it on with my shoes, but they weren't real big. They just started on the ground. And I'm sitting there thinking, people being rude, throwing cigarette butts out in these conditions. And I was just off the road. I parked the car. I walked out around the front, put them out, got back in the car, drove off. Went around the corner to see a bigger fire in the shrubbery that I couldn't put out with my shoes.
Yep.
And I then drove 3k's down the road to make the O call.
Yep.
Approximately 3k's.
And can you just sort of show us roughly how far off the road the fires were?
Like I said, it was dark. Been done saying it was dark, but I literally parked the car, walked around the front, and I was only on the other side of the passenger side. It was right on the edge of the shrubbery here. It wasn't much. It was like putting out the tuft of grass and that. I moved down to another one just beside it, put them out. And that was it. There was no smile, no smoke, there was nothing else around it. And that's when I thought, okay, maybe it was from a cigarette butt or something. Put it out, popped in the car, drove off. Then came around the corner, that's when I saw the bigger foam in the shrubbery that was too big for my shoes. So yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay.
So it's 9:48 a.m. We're going to move to the second location, which John's referring to as the bigger fire, which is just around the corner down here, and we'll recommence the video then.
And we'll now play that video for Your Honour. I'm sorry about the background.
Okay, so the time is now 10:19 a.m. on Thursday, the 30th of April 2020. My name is Detective Senior Constable Natalie Burston of the Financial Crime Squad Arson Unit. I'm here on Braidwood Road, Tianjara, in the vicinity of Tianjara Falls, conducting an investigation in relation to the Tianjara fire, which started in this location on the 19th of December. We've just waited for a break in the weather, so we're around the corner from where Mr Croker originally saw those two spot fires, and we've just driven a short distance from there to where our location is now, which is this GPS, and Mr Croker will now tell us what he saw and did in this location.
Well, like I said, after seeing the two spot fires there, come around the corner, I thought it was like a council sign for the big roadwork sign, seeing from that distance orange. As we got closer, slowing down a bit, I noticed there was a fire on the edge of the road here. This fire was way too big for me to put out. We got up into this bit of a height of the shrubbery. These shrubberies are probably 10 feet high. It was a circumference of probably the width of a car and 2 cars deep, by memory what the fire was. And that's when I thought, shit. Phone service, there was no phone service. I was able to get service about 3k's down the road in the parking bay up on top of the ridge, where I was able to make the O call then to report this fire here. So And that was when I got through to the guys at Newcastle. So when they rang me back, I was nearly at Nerrigan when they rang me back, which is probably another 40k down the road. So
Okay.
there was nothing I could do with this fire here. It was too big.
Yep. And can you just sort of explain to us exactly where it was located, like from the roadway?
From the roadway, it was on the edge of the bitumen and what we call like a water table, slight spoon drain here. Starting, we were starting there because at that time the grass was, the conditions then, as we know, was a heap of fuel on the ground, and it wasn't deep. It was like we've been starting a section 20 feet by 20 feet, something like that, but up into the shrubs, right on the edge. It wasn't into the trees. None of the big trees were on fire. It was only the shrubs that would be on fire at that time. So when I'm saying shrubs, I mean these smaller sapling type of tree. I don't know what type of tree they're called, but yeah. So, and that was it. I thought, wow, that's not good, with knowing what the conditions were again of the day, and drove off and made the phone call.
Okay, so the time is now 10:22 a.m. and we'll conclude this recording.
Now, Detective, there were about another 8 people that called in similar reports of fire on the side of Braidwood Road across the following about an hour after Mr Croker's call, is that right?
Yes,
About 9 phone calls received by Triple O overall.
that's right.
Did a number of those callers report their own suspicions that the fire might be suspicious because of things that they'd observed at the scene?
They did, yes.
And what were the sort of things they were reporting?
A few of them reported multiple ignition sites. That was a caller that was there some 50 minutes later. Some just made the assumptions because there was no lightning in the area, because it was roadside. They thought, you know, the accessibility made it suspicious. So there was numerous kind of theories or reasons for them saying that.
And did you attempt to investigate those various theories in
Yes.
order to try and fix upon a cause and origin of the fire?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions about those investigations. Firstly, at some point after the fire, did Steve May and Rani Hume conduct their own cause and origin investigation inspection,
Yes.
resulting in written reports from each of them?
Yes, that's right.
And have you read those reports?
Yes, I have.
Could you turn to page 1008 of the brief? Do you see there at paragraph 57 your summary of the opinion expressed by Shane Bryant? Yes, Shane Bryant.
Stephen May?
Stephen May, sorry, wrong name. And a reference by Mr May to a specific area of origin which was approximately 1 metre west of a substantial gum tree on the side of the road.
Yes.
Now, from your reading of his report, do you understand Mr May identified that as a likely area of origin because he was able to track fire spreading from that point?
Yes.
In fact, fire radiating out in all directions from that point.
Correct.
Is it the case that Mr May therefore was able to give an opinion as to the likely area of origin, but he was ultimately unable to determine an ignition source?
That's right.
And is that partly because the scene had been contaminated in the period in between the fire starting on the 19th of December and his inspection on the 6th of January?
Yes.
In what way had it been contaminated?
It was subjected to obviously initial fire suppression techniques, so helicopter drops, plane drops, so there was water and then also high pressure hoses from the trucks that responded initially, and then obviously further fire when it, further road users and the lapse of time and everything that comes with that weather.
Now, in her report, did Rani Hume find consistently with Mr May that the area of origin was probably somewhere on the side of that road through to Braidwood, but she was unable to identify an ignition source?
Yes, that's right.
Mr. May, in his report, refers to 3 shrapnel fragments which were found in proximity to the specific area of origin. Do you recall reading that in his report?
Yes.
And he expresses the opinion, doesn't he, that the fragments may have come from an aluminium wheel rim?
Yes.
And those fragments were initially photographed but not seized, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, later during your examination, did you go and seize those metal fragments?
I did.
And what did you do with them?
So I photographed them in situ and seized them as exhibits, so all the correct handling of those. They were booked up as exhibits at Nowra, and then they were later submitted for analysis by our engineering experts within the police force.
All right, well, let's go to the scene where you located them. I'm going to have page 1084 brought up on the screen in court. Could you describe to Her Honour what that photo depicts?
So I'm at the area of origin for the Tianjara fire. The substantial gum tree that is referred to by Mr. May is depicted in the middle of that picture. We're obviously facing westbound, so we're facing towards Braidwood. So the Tianjara Falls car park is further up and to the right, if you think back to that initial map.
What's the yellow marker?
The yellow marker is something that we improvised to show the location of one of the metal fragments that were seized.
And the red marker?
Something else that we improvised to show the location of the second.
Very well. I'm going to ask the court to be shown page 1081 from the brief. Detective, is that a close-up view of the yellow marker that you used to highlight the presence of one of the fragments?
Yes.
And then if we can go, please, to page 1080 of the brief. Is that a close-up of one of the suspect metal fragments?
Yes.
Is that, in fact, the smaller of the 2 fragments that were ultimately seized?
Yes.
And given an exhibit number?
Yes.
Moving then to page 1082 of the brief. Does that show the red object you were using to highlight the presence of another of the aluminium or metal fragments?
Yes.
And then if we move to 1077 of the brief. Is that a close-up of the other fragment that you seized at the scene?
Yes.
And in fact, that's the larger of the 2 fragments, is that right?
It is.
Now, you've told Her Honour you arranged for those fragments to be inspected by the Engineering Investigation Section of the New South Wales Police Force, is that right?
Yes.
Did that result in a report from Senior Constable Jeffrey Head from that section?
It did.
And what was the conclusion expressed by Senior Constable Jeffrey Head?
From memory, he was not able to conclusively say that it was an alloy wheel, but it was very similar to that.
Could you turn up page 1072 of the brief? I'm just going to take you through some of the specifics of the opinion ultimately expressed by Senior Constable Jeffrey Head in those paragraphs. Do you follow?
Yes.
If you will accept from me that his reference to Exhibit X 00004031724 is a reference to the larger of the 2 pieces that were obtained on that date.
Yes.
It seems that his examination of the larger of the 2 pieces revealed a machined surface on the outboard flange of a metal fragment and a painted outer lip section. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And in his report that's made its way into the brief, did Senior Constable Head suggest that he has seen alloy rims appear like this when a vehicle has driven on an alloy rim with a flat tyre or no tyre fitted to the rim at the time?
Yes, so he was referring to the appearance of ground metal that had curled over.
And he also observed something that he described as something that might appear to be bead rests.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. But is it the case that ultimately he could not definitively say that it came from an alloy wheel rim?
Yeah.
If we then go to paragraph 10 on that page, will you accept from me that the reference to exhibit number X000 403 1725 is a reference to the smaller of the two fragments that you seized at the scene?
That's right.
And could you tell Her Honour what Senior Constable Head's conclusion was in relation to that smaller of the two fragments?
Yeah, so Senior Constable Head concluded that the fragment of metal is aluminium and its thickness is consistent with the drop centre of an alloy wheel. However, due to the size, he's unable to conclusively link it to the other exhibit.
So is it fair to say he could not, A, link the two fragments one to the other,
Yes, correct.
and B, he could not determine that either fragment was actually implicated as an ignition point for the fire?
That's correct.
He did express the view, did he not, that the fragments appeared to be aluminium because they were lightweight metal, non-magnetic and of soft construction.
Yes,
But that's really as far as he could take it.
correct.
Now, because the likely area of origin is close to land that contains some unexploded ordnance, did you make inquiries of the Department of Defence to see if they might have any explanation for the source of those fragments?
I did.
And what did they say?
They basically said that it doesn't appear to be a UXO, and that further inquiries would be made to confirm or deny that. But then they came back and said no, it wasn't consistent with known UXOs.
Because a number of the OOO callers raised their concerns about suspicious behaviour or that the fire may have been deliberately lit, did you follow up by taking statements from some of those callers to get further information about what they had seen or observed at the scene?
Yes.
And did you also make further inquiries as to other possible suspicious explanations for the source of the Tianjara fire?
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn to page 1066 of your statement? At paragraph 119, you refer to some further investigations you made, including with intelligence analysts from the Financial Crime Squad, to see if there was any relevant intelligence that might assist in determining a possible cause of the ignition of the fire. Could you just tell Her Honour what that involved?
Yeah, so our intelligence analysts conducted searches of all the New South Wales Police Force holdings, so our COP system and various other holdings that we have, as well as RFS and public information holdings such as Crime Stoppers, to determine that there was no information that had come in that wasn't already known to me as the OIC. They also, as I did, but they did as well, gave consideration to any recent or all recent targets under Strike Force Toronto as to whether any of those were possibly persons of interest, and nothing resulted from that. So there was no Crime Stoppers, there was no Strike Force Toronto targets that looked to be in the area or possibly related to it, and there was no other information that hadn't previously come to my knowledge.
Then in paragraph 120, you talk about further inquiries you made of local mechanics. Could you tell her, Honor, what you did there?
Yeah, so based on, one possible cause being a defective or malfunctioning vehicle, we just made some inquiries with all the local auto mechanics or smash repairers in the vicinity or in the townships on that sort of route to determine if any cars had sought repairs or had damage consistent with dragging rims or heated part components of the car coming from the car, and that therefore it being in need of repair. And none of the relevant mechanics had any customers or clients that were consistent with that sort of damage.
You then made some inquiries of the Roads and Maritime Services Compliance and Enforcement Branch.
Yes.
What were you seeking from them?
So any of their cameras, so their speed enforcement or other enforcement or traffic management cameras, to determine if there was any vehicles that were travelling on that way leading up to the fire ignition, so that those persons could be followed up, or to determine if there was any erratic driving or any reports of or any footage of cars driving with obvious damage or in a manner that may have contributed to causing a fire.
That inquiry seemed to cover a great distance. You asked for images and camera-related information covering the area between Nowra and Braidwood. Is that right?
Yes.
And you received one result in terms of some information from a fixed speed camera, which you then followed up. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
But that didn't relate. That proved to be a false lead. Is that fair to say? And then you say in paragraph 122, you also canvassed for relevant CCTV and witnesses in the area.
Yes.
Now, obviously, it's a remote location, the part of Braidwood Road where the fire was first observed.
Yes.
Is it therefore no surprise that there was no CCTV footage available?
Yeah. So as a lot of bushfire investigations go, it's we can't really rely on CCTV due to the remoteness, and even inquiries with covert sort of cameras that are out for rubbish dumping monitoring and all of those didn't reveal any cameras that would have assisted.
And this is evidence demonstrating how thorough you have been in your attempts to try and work out an ignition source for the Tianjara fire. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Could you turn over to page 1068? You there refer to inquiries you made in June last year of the computer-aided dispatch system. What were you looking for there?
So that's the system that records any information coming from the public. So basically, I checked that system to make sure that there hadn't been any reports of suspicious vehicles, erratic driving, damaged vehicles, concern for welfare because people were stranded on the sides of the road, all of that, anything that any member of the public had brought to the attention to the police that may have been relevant for my investigation.
And did anything result from that?
No.
At the conclusion of your inquiry into the cause and origin of the Tianjara fire, do you agree with the conclusion expressed by the fire investigators that it is best recorded as an undetermined cause?
Yes.
Whilst there may be some potential causes that have not been ruled in, neither have they been ruled out.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that although I considered arson, you can see from those videos that we showed, it was very exposed to the public, like anybody driving past. If somebody had wanted to commit an arson offence, there's a lot of fire trails that go off that road. There's a car park where you can get off the drag and maybe do that sort of behaviour. And so for me, even though it's not in the evidence, but in my opinion, if somebody wanted to do badness in that area, I don't think they would necessarily have chosen those locations.
There'd be other sites that were less likely to be observed.
Correct. And allow the fire to get bigger before people called it in.
It's possible that a stray cigarette might have caused some sort of damage, but we cannot draw any conclusion about that because the fire scene was contaminated and so no complete fire investigation could be undertaken.
That's correct.
All right. Is there anything else you wish to tell Her Honour about the cause and origin of the Tianjara fire?
No.
We'll move then, please, to the Moreton fire. Detective, is this the final of the fires that you were involved in investigating for the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
Yes.
And the Moreton fire is itself connected to the Currowan cluster of fires, is it not?
Correct.
I'm going to ask for the court to be shown the map contained at page 1653 of the brief. Now, Detective, can you explain to Her Honour what the map depicts?
Okay, so this map depicts the boundaries between, or that are shared by the Shoalhaven LGA, the Wingecarribee LGA, and the Goulburn Mulwari LGA. It's effectively along the Shoalhaven River in places and then continues somewhat up the Kangaroo River.
So the red lines depict the LGA boundaries, is that right?
Correct.
And we can see a corner towards the middle of the map where the three LGAs come together.
Yes.
This is important, is it not? Because when the Currowan fire spreads from the Shoalhaven LGA into other LGAs, it's given a separate name.
Yes.
In accordance with the naming convention that you spoke about earlier this morning.
That's right.
Is it the case that the first crossing from the Shoalhaven LGA into another LGA in the vicinity of Talong happened on about the 1st of January 2020?
Yes.
A property owner by the name of Mr. David Hart reported this fire spread to O, is that right?
I did, yes.
This part of the fire, though, was initially treated as part of the larger Currowan fire, is that right?
That's correct.
When did the fire, after it had crossed the Shoalhaven River, take on a separate name and identity as the Moreton fire?
Not until the 4th of January.
And on that date, is it fair to say that the fire made significant runs into each of the Goulburn Mulwari LGA and the Wingecarribee LGA?
It did, yes.
So multiple runs in different places at different times?
Correct.
The Moreton fire itself was officially declared out on 10 February 2020, is that right?
Yes.
In terms of your investigation into the cause and origin of the Moreton fire, were you able to exclude lightning stroke as an independent cause of ignition?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
By checking the same GPATS data and also with the assistance of the RFS, we were able to see that there was no lightning strikes in the vicinity of those LGA boundaries or any of those runs. The lightning that was depicted at the relevant time was as a result of the pyrocumulonimbus storm, and it was further to the east.
And were any O callers reporting fire, were any of the O callers reporting thunder or lightning activity in the region of Talong around the 1st of January?
The first? No.
So then there are two factors that allow you to exclude lightning, the absence of lightning data and the absence of eyewitness report.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the court to be shown page 1664 of the brief. And can you see there, Detective, this is a photograph taken by Mr. Hart at around 11:58 on the 31st of December.
Yes.
Are these photos that Mr. Hart provided to you in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
There's a subject label at the bottom of that screen that reads Currowan fire being observed across the gorge from 1450 Cowra Road, Talong.
Yes.
Who came up with that subject line?
Myself.
And are we to take it from that subject line that we're looking from one side of a gorge across to the other side of the gorge, with the Shoalhaven River flowing somewhere to the bottom of the picture?
That's correct, yes.
Now, is this a significant photo? Because we're aware that whilst Mr. Hart is taking this shot at around 1:58 on the 31st of December, at roughly the same time, the Currowan fire is affecting communities in Yata Yata, Lake Conjola and Conjola over to the southeast.
Yeah, and it's also important because it shows the Currowan fire behaviour's location as it's moving north towards where it would later make those runs on the 4th.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask you to have a look at a photograph on page 1671 of the brief. Now, this is not a photo from Mr. Hart. It's a photo taken from Peter Downey, is that right?
Yes.
And where does Mr. Downey, or where did Mr. Downey live?
So he resides at 978 Karua Road, Toolong. So he's a neighbour of Mr. Hart.
And this photo was taken again at around 2 p.m. on the 31st, is that right?
Yes.
If this is not within your expertise, will you say so, please? But does that photo depict the formation of a cloud that would later generate a thunderstorm as part of the Currowan fire?
So it has that appearance to me, but I also looked at the Bureau of Meteorology, who within an hour of that photo confirmed that there was a cumulonimbus in that area. So it's by all means probably the start of that.
But that Bureau of Meteorology information lends credence to the theory that this is part of the formation of what would become a fire-generated thunderstorm. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could you please have a look at the document that's at page 1665, the photo at page 1665 of the brief? And I'm sorry to make you jump around, Detective, but I'm doing these in time order. Is this a photo taken by David Hart at about 4:04 on the 31st of December?
Yes.
So he's again looking across the gorge from Talong to the approaching fire.
Yes.
And can you see on the images that's presented in court, it might be that flames are actually visible on the fire by this time?
Yes.
Okay. So it's progressed closer since first observed at 2 p.m.
Yes.
Then if we go to the image at page 1666, is this a photo taken by David Hart on the morning of 1 January, showing that the fire has actually crossed the gorge and is now burning in his country?
Yes.
Were there some early efforts to successfully contain this fire at this point?
Yes.
But it wasn't extinguished, is that right?
No.
Then if we move, please, to the photo at page 1668. Now, Detective, reading, it's not showing in court, but that's fine. I can read to you from the copy that's contained within the brief. This seems to be a photograph also taken by David Hart, but this time at 4:30 p.m, there we go, on the 4th of January. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is your hypothesis that the Currowan fire again crossed the Shoalhaven River on this date?
Yeah, so you can clearly show it now burning within the gorge.
And we know from the evidence you've given earlier today that indeed the Currowan fire produced another fire-generated thunderstorm on this day, on the 4th of January 2020. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And again, I'll ask you to have a look, please, at the image coming up on the screen from page 1678 of the brief. Sorry, I flipped those. Can you see there, Detective? This is another photo taken by Peter Downey, this time at 1:33 on the 4th of January. And again, if your expertise doesn't allow you to say this, then please tell me, is that possibly a photograph depicting the formulation of another fire-generated thunderstorm, this time on the 4th of January?
I believe so.
Then if we go to the image contained at page 1669 of the brief, this is a shot taken by David Hart at 9:07 p.m. on the 4th of January 2020. And can you explain to the court what we're looking at here?
So this is the active fire at David Hart's property as of 9:07 p.m. So this is when the Moreton fire was actually making significant runs in multiple places, including at this location.
This is certainly a more significant fire than he had on his property on the 1st of January, is that right?
Yes.
And some of the other locations being affected by significant runs at this time were in the Goulburn Mulwaree LGA and the Wingecarribee LGA?
That's correct.
All right, could I ask you to turn to page 1684 of the brief, please, Detective? And in particular, I'm just going to ask you some questions about the evidence you took from Charles Campbell at paragraph 49.
Yes.
Was Mr. Campbell likely the first 000 caller reporting the presence of the fire in the Wingecarribee LGA?
Yes.
And he seems to have called 000 sometime around 2019 on the evening of 4 January. Is that right?
That's right.
Did he report during that call the fire progressing very quickly from where he thought the fire most likely jumped the Shoalhaven River in order to now be impacting upon his property?
Yeah, so he gave evidence that he heard it had crossed the Shoalhaven River, and he still thought it was probably some time or some distance away from him, but that quickly changed because of the prevailing weather, and he found himself impacted by the fire much sooner than what he ever expected.
He estimated, does he not, in his evidence that he thought that the first jump across the Shoalhaven River was some 19 kilometres south of his property?
Yes.
And yet his property was affected?
Yes.
This day, the 4th of January 2020, is the day that the Moreton fire significantly impacts on the township of Wingello and the township of Bundanoon, is that right?
Yes.
In terms of the impact upon Wingello, did you take a statement from Michael Lawrence, who is the captain of the Penrose Rural Fire Service?
Yes.
Could you turn up page 1687 of the brief, please? I just want you to explain to Her Honour some of the efforts that, the Penrose Rural Fire Service crew that were with Mr. Lawrence went through on that evening of 4 January 2020. Firstly, do you agree at paragraph 66, he reports that they were patrolling Penrose when they were advised that the fire was likely to impact on Wingello?
Yes.
Then by the time they reached Wingello, the fire was actually in the township?
Yes.
He describes the fire starting as an ember attack and then developing into a crowning fire within the township. Does that tell you anything as to the behaviour of the fire?
It's suggesting that the weather conditions and maybe the fuel dryness and what was available very quickly escalated the fire situation from something that, was just an ember attack and could probably be defended quite easily through normal firefighting resources to a fast-moving crowning fire, which leaves a lot of people vulnerable to very fast and hot fire.
Indeed, did Mr. Lawrence and the crew on the Penrose RFS appliance end up being essentially trapped in the town along with other people in Wingello because they were unable to escape?
Yes.
And what led to that situation?
So the crowning fire obviously surrounded the town, and obviously there was a lot of fire that brought down power lines and caused a lot of smoke. So a lot of people, because of the sheer speed of which the town was impacted, they'd sheltered in place, but then were unable to evacuate because of the smoke and because of accessibility.
And because of live power lines?
Yeah.
It seems that this crew from the Penrose RFS were then working through until 4 a.m. the next morning, is that right?
Yes.
But then in order to get out of Wingello, they had to cut fences and cross cleared land in order to sort of get around where the power lines had fallen. Is that the evidence that he's provided to New South Wales Police?
Yes.
And indeed, he suggests that his team were busy patrolling and responding to fires in the Penrose area for days afterwards. Is that right?
Yes.
Separate to the crisis that was unfolding in Wingello, there was also a crisis developing in Bundanoon on the 4th of January. Is that a fair summary of the evidence you've received?
Yes.
And in the course of those events on the 4th of January in Bundanoon, were people asked to assemble at the Bundanoon Oval?
Yes.
Why was that, do you know?
Because it had been assessed as a safer place, and because of the speed of the fire impact, a lot of people hadn't evacuated, but weren't able to stay in their homes. So they went to where they knew a safer place was, and they were also assisted through the police and RFS and directed there in some instances.
And was Bundanoon Oval thought to be a safer place because of the clear spaces within the oval and perhaps around it?
Yes, that's right.
And yet that oval came under ember attack and spot fires erupted during the course of the 4th of January, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, people had to travel or try to travel to Mittagong RSL?
Yes.
And was that with the use of a police convoy?
Yes.
Could you turn to page 1725 of the brief? Detective, do you see in paragraph 112 you refer to data obtained from the Rural Fire Service in their progression reports suggesting the fire which impacted Bundanoon spread approximately 35 kilometres in total on 4 January?
Yes.
And that the rapid nocturnal spread of the fire is very extreme and anomalous fire behaviour?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that summary?
No, I agree with that.
Turning then to the specifics of your cause and origin investigation, could you turn to page 1691? And do you see at paragraph 87 you refer to an inspection that was carried out on the 27th of February 2020?
Yes.
Did you participate in that inspection?
I did.
And who else was there?
So Detective Sergeant Matthew Gibb from FETS New South Wales Police, Stephen May and Mark Fulliger of RFS.
And these are fire investigators?
Correct.
You started the investigation at Tallowa Dam, is that right?
Yeah, so after we reviewed all the mapping and other information at Nowra Police Station, we moved up to the dam.
All right, so that's important, isn't it? That first you review some of the intelligence that's already available?
Yes.
And that includes mapping and what else?
Yes, so mapping, intelligence from the RFS, all the information that I'd gleaned through the investigation thus far, such as location of triple O calls, but mostly the mapping, which was really helpful in this circumstance.
And then why was Tallowa Dam the starting point for the investigation at the scene?
Because of its location, it gave us sort of a vantage point of all three LGAs in the general sense, so that we could see, where major runs of fire had gone and look for indicators that might steer us to a more specific area.
That site inspection on the 27th of February 2020 extended to other scenes nearby, is that correct?
Yes.
And that included Kangaroo River Fire Trail?
Yes.
And what vantage did that inspection give you? What were you looking for?
So it was a little bit elevated in that we could see quite a lot of the space leading to the Shoalhaven River, but also across into the Wingecarribee and sort of upwards. And we could see where the fire had actually run from those vantage points. So it was more a use of their strategic points that the RFS are aware of, that they can watch fire, and then looking at what the fire damage was from those areas.
And did that inspection also include travelling along Beehive Road on the north side of the Kangaroo River?
Yes.
And was the same exercise conducted at that point?
Yeah, so we couldn't get as far as we wanted to on that occasion because the roads hadn't been maintained or cleared, so we didn't get as far as we'd like, but we still had a great vantage point to see back from where we'd came and see the similar indicators.
Is it fair to say that that site inspection gave you a view of fire reach and spread, but it was not going to be able to tell you when fire took a run in each particular place, either in terms of days or time?
Yes, that's right.
So it's showing you the reach of the fire, but it's not necessarily giving you the chronology of when the fire has come through that area.
That's right.
What did you conclude from those site visits?
So for me, it confirmed what had been told from the documents. So looking at the forensic review of the mapping and all the information that was available, there was no other information to suggest that this was anything but a continuation of the Coronial fire into those areas, and being able to see those areas and how the fire had behaved in those areas sort of confirmed what was written on the 2D maps.
So is it fair to say that there is no evidence to suggest anything other than the Moreton fire being a continuation or extension from the Currowan fire?
That's right.
All right, could you have a look at the line scan that's now going to come up on the screen from page 1694 of the Coronial brief? According to the caption to that line scan, it shows the Currowan fire already across the Shoalhaven River and burning with the Goulburn Mulwaree LGA. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, is that represented by the green to yellow, almost fluorescent lines?
Yes.
And we can see part of that extends north of the red line that shows the boundary between the LGAs.
That's correct.
Detective, are you able to tell what time that line scan was taken?
I was just looking for that.
Your eyes might be better than mine, but it's obscured on the copy that I have. And if it's not clear, just say so.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think it's indicated on this document.
What is clear is that by the time of this line scan on the 4th of January, the fire has encroached into the Goulburn Mulwaree LGA, but it's not yet entered Wingecarribee. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Now if we could look at the line scan that's contained at page 1696 of the brief. And again, Detective, just drawing from the narrative set out in the caption to that line scan, do you see that it says line scan later on in the afternoon of 4 January?
Yes.
Still shows fire burning within the Goulburn Mulwaree LGA.
Yes.
And that's evident in similar terms to the previous line scan. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And then the caption says, fire making a severe run along the Shoalhaven River in an easterly direction. Can you explain to the court where that is shown on the line scan?
So if you see the patch of, say, purple, there's to the bottom of that, so in the right bottom corner, there's a fairly active part of fire depicted by bright yellow in that area.
The narrative then says that the fire in Goulburn Mulwaree would make a run under the southerly, entering Wingecarribee and threatening impacting Wingello.
Yes.
So this is one of the effects of the Moreton fire, is that right?
Yes.
And then it says the fire heading east would, I'm not sure what that means, would underturn or turn under the southerly, probably turn under the southerly, and head in a northerly direction across Tallowa Road, the Kangaroo River, and threaten isolated properties and the township of Bundanoon.
Yes.
So this suggests, doesn't it, that the fire was taking multiple runs in different directions at different times?
Correct.
Does this further lend support to your hypotheses that the Moreton fire was a continuation from the Currowan fire across LGA boundaries?
Yes.
And again, that's confirmed by the absence of any other likely ignition source.
Correct.
Your Honour, those are my questions for Detective Senior Constable Burston.
I'll just check if there's any questions from Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Detective.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that's the close of the evidence for today. We will reconvene tomorrow to hear from the fire investigators involved in the cause and origin investigation of Currowan, Tianjara and Moreton fires.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. We'll adjourn today and resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.